Good morning, everyone. Uh, what was that? All right. How's everyone doing? Spies down, what? 82 BPS this morning. Check out futures. Futures are doing a little bit better than that, but not much. Looks like ES is going to fall to that 88, 83 level. So we'll see how it reacts then. Morning, everybody. Monkey Island hangover? No. You feel like bullish, bearish, or gherkish? I'm feeling pretty bullish. Everything still looks good. Why would you expect going above gamma max without significant FTDs due? Generally, FTDs don't push us above gamma max. With the exception of like August FTDs and FTDs last year in March. Like March 2021. Those are the only ones I think that ever pushed us above gamma max. Opex, which is a settlement, not which has, it has to do with the clearing of FTDs and the use of synthetic liquidity, but it's not the clearing of FTDs. Opex is kind of a residual effect from using, synthetic liquidity to launder FTDs. I watched the first tiny bit of Monkey Island and it was weird. It was pretty interesting. You got an angry banana. And of course, Guybrush. I did get a scurvy dog. Yeah, I also put ground ketchup on it. One pickle to rule them all. Are you guys just writing to me in Farsi now? I don't speak Farsi. Oh, that's interesting. How did that start at 8:30? Still got another minute to market open. They were creating a lot of liquidity on Jamie in the pre-market, which usually means they're trying to short it, but it can also mean the opposite. So we'll see how that goes. I'm telling you, they're going to wait after FOMC to start covering anything. Why not wait until you can possibly cover cheaper, right? Well, that'd be great and all, except that T+2 ends tomorrow morning. So they would still have to place the orders before FOMC. Like before the decision. Now, don't get me wrong, they could clear those orders or settle them in dark pools after the fact. But I mean, they would still have to place them in advance with no knowledge of what's going to happen, supposedly. Also, ding ding. What do you mean by creating liquidity? Seriously, man? What don't you get specifically? Do you not understand how ETF creation works? I could recommend you a number of videos and papers on ETF creation and shorting through ETFs. Infinite share creation, SEC filing. Thank you, Carl. Bona fide market making. Well, that's part of it, right? Like you have liquidity provisions granted to like DMMs, and to some degree DRMs through the OCC. But most of what we see settle out during Opex is due to APs, or like ETF authorized participants. Why is JFresh saying no pecs? I don't know. When did he start saying that? Was it this morning? I see him talking to Carl about his nuts. Docu's still looking good. It's okay. I mean, everything's a bit down this morning because the index has moved down in pre-market. What up? I'm back working in reception because I have to pay off all these membership FTDs. Drink this coffee. I get paid more when you drink more. I also get paid to walk JFresh. He's tired now after the 6 times already this morning. You know, Bithead, if you want, you can just buy more memberships, and then you can use those to clear the FTDs from the previous ones. Also, stop walking the cat. Walking cats is weird. The pandemic is almost over in China, apparently. How will this affect the market, and on what timeline? I mean, didn't they just move forward with like a bunch of lockdowns in Shenzhen? Like last week? It doesn't sound over. We should pop gifting to only Long Johnson or Pigeon Whale. Let Bithead pay for his chat clogging ways. I would just have to delete Cornichon though. Yeah, China just had more lockdowns. It's not deja vu. When Evergrande failure spark MOASS? Literally never. You're a poor hero. My country just went ahead with a 100 BPS hike. ECB looking to do the same. Fed doesn't want to be seen as less hawkish than Eurozone. Just saying. Prepare your puts, maybe. I mean, I feel like they might be enjoying the stronger dollar. But I'm pretty sure that the like European Union has been more hawkish all along, as has Canada. So I don't expect them to match just because EU went ahead with 100 BPS. How's everything looking today? Okay. It'd be nice if the market bounces and puts some pressure on the basket. Have we ever had an Opex that had no elevated volume in the first 30 minutes of the day? Yeah, we've had them start in the middle of the day on Tuesday, like the later afternoon. It's almost like when your currency isn't the global reserve, you have to be more hawkish. That's crazy, right? I think you mean North Dakota's hat. Hasn't been called Canada in years. Which times both May and March was out of the gate. Um, let's see. I think last August, if I'm not mistaken, the bigger part of the run started in the midday. Um, I'll take a look and tell you. May was mostly at market open. March 22nd, also market open. Although the volume didn't come in at market open. Volume was weak in March at market open and then picked up into the middle of the day. Yeah, August was like midday. So there was a brief surge of volume in the morning, and then everything flattened out through the middle of the day. And then we got most of the volume in the later afternoon. June, I believe, or like last May. Last May's kind of the same thing, a little bit of volume in the morning and then a lot of volume in the afternoon. May 24th, kind of very similar to yesterday, actually. You could also use like Feb 21. None of the volume until the latter half of the day. And that was on a Wednesday. That was the day we halted into close. So there's a few examples of the majority of the volume trading in the latter half of the day. Awesome, EE. Thanks, man. Having played some Return to Monkey Island, are you still feeling bullish on Rev? Yeah. Gamma Max is looking weak. Do you expect it to cross 40 by tomorrow? I mean, Gamma Max is just going to move relative to the amount of far out of the money options that are purchased. Right now, people aren't buying a lot of like $40 calls. 35s are still really cheap. Ivy hasn't priced them up. Unless we start running And IV prices up the nearer the money calls. Gamma max is still going to remain relatively low. So you have stop limits. You need 5% current price for the stop, and then 8% also from current price, or 8% below, 5% for the limit. 8% below, 5% spread for the limit. And that's kind of arbitrary because it's different every time. Like, everyone wants like a hard, fast rule to stick to. And the simple answer to that is learn to fucking set stops. You see that the Beyond Meat COO bit another man's nose? I did. I don't like the market open right now. But we'll see if they're supported 8,300. Cycles are dead until 12-month swaps mature. Okay, Matt Kors. That's the single most bullish thing I've heard. Buying Beyond Meat and Beyond Bath stock now. Nice. They're gonna close the 38.50 puts. They may. Yeah, we can see short side capitulation on like the 38.50 wasn't very strong this morning. Um, but yeah, if it's trading below, there's a chance they close them out. Let me take a look. Yeah, 38.50 is like negative 10,818 gamma. The 3900s are much stronger. The problem is that the call side interest is weak as fuck. So really hard for us to cross 3,900. But the drop down to like 38.50 is a bit weak. 3,800 is very strong. Jimmy is down, but my calls are up. Is this both an Opex and an Opex? Sure. What's the thesis on Zaku? There isn't one? I didn't write one, at least. Not on Reddit or anything. Why did you buy weeklies on my IBKR account? I didn't, Popcorn Trader. You did that. You keep sending me your username and password, and I keep ignoring it. Market looking rough right now. It seems to be stabilizing. See how it goes. You sure this is like a lot of weeklies? Nice. If we don't get a run up, should we expect 22 within a week? Um, yeah, if we see like calls sell off, we could fall. Right now, I don't think we're in any chance of going to 22. Not even the first 15 minutes, and people are sounding scared. Buying call soon. It's usually the best time to buy them. On an Opex run, what kind of percent bump can we see in IV? IV 30 day over day, like 20 to 40%. Intraday, it just depends on how much volume's coming in. Like the peaks of IV intraday can be really high. What are the typical signals for an impending rug pull? IV crush, cost increase, yeah. Thoughts on Upstart? It's very interesting, especially if it runs this week. Like if it runs hard this week, it's very, very interesting. Because it's currently on Reg Show. Do you pay any attention to your view stats? No. Buy a bunch of calls today, and so far I'm still thinking about doing that. Okay. Best of luck to you. Doesn't Ivy usually increase before the run starts? Ivy has been going up this week, just minimally. What's really weird is we have a lot of like out of the money sold calls yesterday, which is strange. I assume capitulation, but I don't know on whose part. Like you wouldn't think retail would be selling off their calls so early. How hard do you think Upstart can run to? No idea. I have like a couple price targets in mind, but it could exceed those potentially. Everyone in here became obsessed with cover calls ever since you showed them the compounding gains chart. I think you're reading too much into the stream card, Zach Gurkafanakis. Is the fact of the high number of weeklies increases the risk of a rug pull? Yeah, it does. I just read metals are positioning for a weak Powell tomorrow. XME positioning for metals up and dollar down. Dixie's rocketing today. It's up 50 basis points since this morning. It's being a huge piece of shit. Jesus Christ. It's almost as high as it was in like September of last year. I would love to see a failure on this and a drop. Let's see. T-bond futures are tanking, down 112 BPS. Russell 2K down 132 BPS. These are futures, by the way. ES just gapped down pretty hard. 387. 3873.75. Down 110 BPS. Dow down 107 BPS. So everything's having a really rough morning. What is Dixie? Why does it matter? It's the strength of the dollar. It's the dollar currency index. A higher dollar damages companies who trade in foreign markets because the rate of exchange is terrible. I work for a defense contractor, and they're all starting to use Docu to send out offer letters and NDAs. Docu's gonna rocket by the end of the year. I don't know if by the end of the year, but they're definitely performing better and better. And I think over time, they've created quite a moat for themselves. Fucking Christ, that's so annoying. Why does it keep doing that? Woke up to Rev Chapter 11 filing. Oh, the notification from the bankruptcy? I don't think that wasn't the Chapter 11 filing. They filed Chapter 11 a while ago. Everything is having a rough morning right now. I think you forgot about our well-placed GME October 2150s and 3875s. Yeah, those are still up 40%. Spy down quite a bit more than QQQ this morning. Nasdaq's doing okay. I mean, it's performing better than the S&P. Is a 20 spread on GME 3875C crazy or normal? That doesn't sound so bad. I mean, you could probably hit the mid, so 10 cents. It's not great. I don't think it's the most popular contract. The notice they sent today was just saying what shareholders can do in the event of the company's delisting and bankruptcy. It doesn't look good, but it's essentially a CYA for the brokers. Jesus Christ. Neither of those things? I remember on an earlier stream you mentioned some other strikes that may be beneficial on Revlon to fill out the chain. What were those again? Literally anything between the current price and $35, which is basically a dead zone right now. I read it this morning, and I don't think it's that big of a deal, to be honest. Isn't it, like, expected? I feel like that's just a standard part of the bankruptcy proceedings. Fubo trying to fall off the screen? No, it bounced on the bottom of the screen. Housing data this morning was hot garbage. Yeah, as it should be, right? Strong US dollar also screws foreign firms who don't necessarily do business in USD but borrow debts denominated in US dollars. Even if foreign corpos USD payments remain the same, they need to exchange more local currency for the same US dollar, spiking debt service. Dollar milkshake theory. Yes, that is true. Particularly damaging to the Asian markets right now as the yuan and yen are way the fuck down. If I'm understanding this correctly, couldn't this Opex cycle produce downward pressure instead of upwards? Is there any way to tell the direction, or is it just a guessing game on direction? I mean, Opexes don't really create downward pressure, generally speaking. Well, at least not for the basket stocks, right? Because creation is net short, and so that causes the buying to resolve it is long. Why Travelon decide to go through with the bankruptcy even though they don't need to, just to restructure their debt to more favorable terms? I mean, probably not a bad idea, right? What's a dead zone in the options chain mean? It means that it's really not picking up a lot of delta as the price moves up. And because of that, they're able to maintain a very stable price on the underlying because there's no hedging in the upper range, right? Like no one's buying like $7 calls. And since there's no $7 calls, they can spike the price up to 7 and bring it back down without any real risk. Only 35k shares to borrow on IBKR. Is that important at all? They borrowed 165,000 this morning. Did the negative market maker hedge get unwound early because the earnings beat? No, the negative market maker hedge persisted through earnings, and was maintained into, well, yesterday. Actually, the market maker hedge right now is still negative. If Jamie gets some volume, it's gonna rip. Hmm. If the market sells off, it's gonna rip down. The MM is still net negative gamma, right? So if active funds sell into GME, then market makers will also sell. So it accelerates both the down and upside, which in turn creates more volatility. Do bar rates go up if we get an Opex run? In the beginning of the run, yes. We've seen borrow rates slowly climb over the last couple days, but it hasn't been very significant. And also, borrow rates are really only indicative of interest in the borrowing of GME. Like, those aren't the rates they're actually paying for it. Do you have a rough estimate of the amount of negative delta that MM has to unhedge this week? I know how much negative gamma they have, like the gamma exposure. that's was like what was it, 1.2 million today. I put it in the daily. Negative 2.1 million per 1% move. So every 1% move at the current price. Let's go by current VWAP. They have to buy 75,000 shares. Is there anything you could see today to cause you to cut your position short today? No? I don't think so. See that? Perlman still owns shares at a loss right now. Yeah. People forget that the majority of his net worth in his company's fund is tied to Revlon. Billionaires don't see debt like we do. They do not. What dollar point is the hedge flipped on GMA? We're actually already beyond the gamma flip. The gamma flip was at like $25. Like we hit it on the downside last week, but they've managed to keep gamma exposure net negative since we flipped. So if we move up sufficiently, probably beyond like $30, they'll have to start hedging the upside. He won't restructure his debt if he can drive the price up. Dude knows that if they close the bankruptcy, his stock rockets and it pays off debt when they release shares. Yep. They could pay off a lot of their debt that way. I don't know, but I mean, obviously, before they run the stock, they want to blow off as much of that utilization as they feasibly can. They don't want that asymmetric risk going into buy pressure. So remember that, like, it's advantageous for them to reduce utilization as much as possible before running the stock. And so we have in the past, or at least the ones that I can currently look at, seen a large drop in utilization before an Opex run. We did in March and we did in May as well. I don't know. I mean, utilization's tricky because there can be more to it than simply internalization. But on GME, given how illiquid it is, I think it's a good metric for measuring internalization. That so far has been a very good metric for measuring it, at least. Were you tickling the 21st? I was, because people are like, where Opex? Why hasn't it happened yet? Hey, Gurk, my son's obsessed with you and wants his 4th birthday to be Gurk themed. I don't get why he likes you more than me. He doesn't even remotely understand what you do. I don't know. What would a Gherk-themed child's birthday look like? Are they gonna crash the market soon? Probably not yet. We have a little while. $9.15.22 stock sale by Daniel Springer. Not bullish at all. SEC filing. I mean, you know, sometimes execs just need money. It doesn't necessarily indicate anything bearish. Did he sell off like all of his position? Maybe he's getting removed. So you're still positive about a GME run today, right? I'm positive about one today or tomorrow. It still looks good. There's been nothing to indicate like, you know, down pricing of calls on the chain or anything like that. Although we do have to watch for that intraday. I think a push up in the indices will drive GME's price higher. Probably violently. Black hats that say B-Day instead of VWAP. Can we get a full bull for the crossback over VWAP and Sanjit's return? Where's Sanjit? Sanjit's not back. Where? Sanjit Gopal Krishna Mohinder Patel. Holy shit. Good morning. How are we going? We still have the hand diamond and hold with you. Hope all go well and we see good to the future. We smile and going okay. Best regards, Sanjit from New Delhi. Sanjit, you son of a bitch, welcome back. Holy fuck. This is the best day ever. I don't even care if we Opex at this point.
Sanjit's in the house.
Sanjit has returned.
When GameStop moves, his friends will be jelly. The rest of his country is sleeping sound, but he blesses Pickle's channel because our profits abound. He turns on the stream without even looking just to see what.
Now where the fuck is Frag?
For him, it's a 2 a.m. power hour. Sanjit's gonna make the short hedge funds cower.
Bot calls on the first mention of Sanjit. October 28th, $33 calls. Good, and enough time for next month just in case. I mean, you're going to run into some like open interest issues buying weekly option strikes that far in the future, but I mean, they have more theta. Thanks, T Walker. Welcome back, man. If Opex is Nopex for GME, Docu and M should still run regardless, right? We'll find out. Have we played Opex on Docu or M yet? I don't fucking think so. Do the possible ETF split obligations have the same covering period Opex does? Not entirely, no. S&P ETFs do. Russell ETFs are offset by a day. So Russell ETFs are I think they're T+3 from Monday. And various other ETFs have different like quarterly settlement periods. They could write those forwards to December, couldn't they? Not without rolling them. And rolling them would cause price action, NW. Also, remember, XRT didn't get thresholded on Friday, which indicates they're not trying to dodge that audit again. So, something to consider. Given the last two futures expirations, it was on threshold, put on threshold. Well, December and June, it was put on threshold. March, it was already on it. I did know that Catherine Zeta-Jones is Welsh. Part Welsh, right? Not like full Welsh. Looking at taco for Taco Tuesday. Pastor. Is there any validity to the silly stuff Matthew Kors was saying? No. Even if there was, there'd be no way to track it or know when they were created. March and May both ran for Opex. No, it was just somebody donating and pretending to be Matt Kors. I thoroughly enjoyed this Nopex. See you guys on the next one. You know it's not over yet, right? Google is trash. You've been saying Nopex for like 4 days now. 2 of those days before it would ever even happen. Now, halfway through, not even halfway through the period in which it can occur. I don't get it. Do you not know how to count? Is that hard for you? It's T+2. If a run were to occur, do you see a follow-up to that? It depends on how hard it runs and how many options go in the money. Oh. IV slowly rising. It moved up a little bit. Have you ever been called a girl's blouse? No? I don't think I get it. If it is an Opex, you can blame me. I set myself up for some cashless exercising, so obviously it's not gonna run. Thanks for fucking us, Beerloin. Who the fuck is Sanjit and why am I aroused? Yeah, a lot of you guys weren't here for Sanjit. Where exactly do you watch IV rising and declining? You can just look at your contracts. If they're pricing up and the price isn't moving, that's because the IV is going up. It's been a long time since Sanjit walked away. I'm not bringing back the fucking bolometer. That's the last thing in the world I need to deal with. At least the love chat's back in action. It's not fucking row, Bob Vance. Sanjit let us over $300 3 times pre-split. He once. Just put a rev bolometer up that's always set to yes. Huh. That could be useful. GME to 75? You know, every time you say that about something, it doesn't happen. Bipolar Bear. ACIW, the S&P 500. Now you're gonna curse GME as well? I'm sure we do, a user, but what a waste of talent. When generally first DP dump, usually we see one around like 10:30. Dixie slowly coming, but did it get finally? It finally got fucking rejected. Oh, nice. Well, that's a plus. Now, if it could just dump like another 100 BPS, that'd be fucking great. These are both looking kind of bullish. M looks like shit. Nice 1745 test overnight, though. If we could do that on the intraday, that'd be great. Stabilizing. BBY is looking okay. Wheat's up again. Almost 4%. What's VIX doing today? Hmm. What the fuck happened with XRT overnight? XRT is climbing back up. That's kind of interesting. All right, this could be good. I don't hate the way these things look. Where's IWM? Shit. IWM still looks kind of weak. In fact, that's actually not a bad play if it finds some support here and bounces. Baba up 1%. Al Pastor, yeah. I haven't had a good one in a long time. So ooh, Apple's starting to move up. Tesla's a little bit. Microsoft's kind of weak. Netflix coming up pretty hard. Okay. We might start to see like a little bit of a bounce here. At least it's looking better. And Apple fucking Apple's moved up a lot since yesterday. Apple doesn't give a shit about the rest of the market. All right. What are we watching? Docu. Where's Rev? See what Revlon's doing. Fucking nothing. Rev November 7.5, 10, 15, or 19 strike for calls. Up to you, man. I checked your DD, didn't see anything on it, but have you explained the Revlon email shareholders got? I think it's just like a notification from brokers about the bankruptcy. It doesn't seem very important. Everyone knows the company's going bankrupt, right? Still revish on Bull? No? I'm bullish on Revlon. Doc, you have an event coming up or just doing an Opex play on it? Opex. It's important if the bankruptcy proceedings go through. Interesting. How? I mean, is there even a chance that they don't? Given that the loan is for the bankruptcy? Everything's still looking good for a possible Opex run so far. If Kathy Woods and Elon Musk had a child, what would its name be? I don't know. Do you believe with the return of Sanjit, the prophecy of the 14 oracles of VWAP is fulfilled? The prince who was promised Azora High. Jesus Christ, Bob. It's too early, man. I need more coffee before you start with this shit. Tesla X23. How do you obtain, calculate, DM, GM, GN, etc.? And would I be able to do it as a poor? Probably not, but I feel like it's readily provided. You could. I mean, you have to pull the options chain from CBOE and then find the neutrals on it. You can look up papers on finding like neutral Greek values across options chains. What does the spy typically do at GME OPEX VOPs? Well, last year, it was pretty erratic, flat, down. Sometimes it went up a little bit. This year, mostly up with it because the bear market. Spy also kind of has its own OPEX. Basically, a warning of risk in investing in Revlon and to pay attention to Revlon's disclosures. Yeah, because they're bankrupt. They filed for bankruptcy. Has everyone forgot this part? Like, everyone got the notice. They're like, oh my god. But yeah, they filed for bankruptcy quite some time ago now. The summer season has been dry on OPEX runs. I don't know. We've had a couple nice runs. June and July OPEX both went up like 20%. Upstart more of an OPEX play? Or do you see some near to long-term gains at its current price point? I'm looking to get in with some long-dated options. I also have long dated options on it. I'm not sure if it's an Opex play or not. It does have some Opex potential, but more importantly, you know, it got moved to Reg Show, and it's down quite a bit. Like I would say, pretty undervalued at this price. So I think it's a good opportunity either way. I'm about to own a fuck ton of shares on it if it doesn't run this week, so I'll be right there holding the bag with you. The company can still rescind their bankruptcy and stop the NYSE delisting for the October hearing. It's nothing until it's something, if that makes any sense. Yeah, it does. But I mean, with the loan in place, it seems more likely that they'll go through with it. Rev is solvent though because of the loan they got, right? Yeah. But that loan's for, you know, renegotiating their previous debt and getting the company, you know, up and running. I mean, if you don't understand the risk inherent in investing in Revlon, you probably shouldn't be investing in Revlon. Wasn't that Fed interest rate hike Wednesday? I mean, they're a lender, but their financials are actually pretty good, given that the executives in the company don't know what they do. GME shorted? I don't think so. Just moved down with the market. Tracking the SPY pretty closely. Thoughts on Nordstrom's for Opex? It's not my favorite. It generally doesn't do a lot. I don't even think I have data on it. It's got a ton of call gamma at the $20 strike. It could move, but yeah, not my favorite. No one should be investing in Rev. We are because it's either going to zero or moon. Either one is a legit possibility. Yeah. I mean, the point of the speculation is to determine which possibility is more likely, right? Wait a minute. These upcoming minutes are from last month's discussion. Wasn't the market up a bunch last month? Shouldn't we be expecting 100 BPS then? No? The upcoming information is from an event which is taking place over today and tomorrow from the Fed. It's the Fed's interest rate and economic projections for September for next year. So this is not FOMC minutes. I love how you automatically go bearish, walking before you've checked out the information. It's a terrible strategy. You should rethink the way you view markets and your psychology towards it. It's not healthy in the long term. I think it goes moon, but I could be very, very wrong. Yeah, well, that's the way it is, right? Living life one candle at a time. Absolutely, Dork. GME volume drier than Pacific Northwest Farms. Pretty low, yeah. Awful, actually. I know it's still early. Does the fact that none of the basket stocks have had any significant price action make it seem more likely Opex covering hasn't happened yet, and it's not a GME Nopex? Possible, or there's just no covering at all, right? Which is something you have to consider. You might not like to, but it should be considered all the same. Man, Love Chat XYZ is really blowing up today. If you guys could drop a like, it helps, and Fluffy won't complain about it all day. I'm thinking 30, 35C Jan leaps. That's fair. I can see it moving that high or possibly higher, maybe into like the $50 range. Yeah, there's not going to be a $50 hike. It's 75 or 100. 75 seems more likely. Like way more likely. 100 would be really bad. It'd be bad for the Fed too. I think everyone forgets that they haven't really rolled off any of their fucking balance sheet yet and are still holding a lot of securities, right? The Fed doesn't want the market to come down either. They haven't gotten to sell all of their shit at the top yet. I was talking about Upstart. And if they were gonna go through 100 BPS hike, it would have been better if they went through with it when the market was much more up. But that's the point of like the soft landing, right? Like they come out hawkish, they breed negative sentiment in the market, and then they ease forward with lower than possible hikes, right? So then the market views that hike as bullish, even though it's not, and then rallies into it, which we've seen time and time again now, right? And what that does is it protects the next cycle to the downside when they raise rates again. They've already stated multiple times 75. I don't know where anybody's getting 50. I believe you're ready to run for Fed chair. Well, given that it's a position that requires no understanding of monetary policy or economics, I think anybody here could run for it. If I was Fed chair, I'd just pump rates like 2000 BPS. Fuck everyone for like 3 months until inflation came down and destroy the housing market. You can't have a rally without a dip. I mean, the Fed presidents all dumped their bags at the top. They just didn't dump the Fed's bags at the top. If a stock is delisted, how long does it take? I'm thinking about a worst case scenario on Rev here. Can be like a few days. Usually they'll give like a date that it'll be delisted on. Like once the delisting is official. Under certain conditions it can be delisted immediately. It gets weird. It's hard to figure out because you have to start diving into like NYSE's internal like documentation and how they handle various types of delisting. I know there's a guidebook for it. I'd probably have to find it. But usually you get like a few days notice and then there'll be a delisting date and ENDP got delisted 2 days after they put out the press release. Learned the hard way on that one. Yeah. Sava's running? Okay, cool. I think I bought some calls on that. I'm not sure. Didn't I buy some last week? I could have sworn I did. Looks like I have some 32s. Ooh, they're up. Yeah, cool. Fuck yeah. Go Sava. Sava's getting some volume too, which would be nice if we saw that across the rest of the basket. AMD is getting fucking hammered today. Double bottom. SPY looking good though. I have October calls for AMD. Huh. More of these? Jesus Christ, look at the put pricing on Sava. 32 calls are 420 at the mid, and 32 puts are 522 at the mid. Holy shit. Huh. Interesting. Right? Sell puts? That's what I'm thinking. Synthetic lawn? Fun with that too. Okay. On to other thing. To hockey. I think Spy might break view up here. There was an attempt. Tesla ready to take off. Yeah, things are looking a little more bullish now. What did IV crush on? Revlon IV moved down a tiny bit. GME IV is up. Looks like. Yeah. Spy rebalance T3 from Friday. What's up, Buckled Up Jen? Everyone say hi to Buckled Up Jen. What's great is that when we hit 33 this week, my 30s are gonna print hard. Congratulations, BMG. You plan to hold your weeklies through the Fed meeting? Why not? I don't really care about them. They're weeklies, right? Like the money I put into them, I fully expect to just lose all of. Cat's still good to go long this week, and it was yesterday. Didn't it move up? Ooh, back at 77. It's not a bad entry point. Fuck, that hurts. Jesus Christ, it dropped $5 overnight. Yeah, nice re-entry. At that like 180 level again. QQQ's coming up. Spy's starting to look better. Yeah, all of this looks a lot better. than this morning. You playing Monkey Island later? Maybe. What's up, Rhino? Anything to add to your daily update in regards to GME now that we've had some price action? No? Thank you, Bedhead. Are you into looter shooters? No? Is that like Diablo but less fun? I don't really like FPS games very much. I used to, but I'm not really into them anymore. Thank you a ton for your tips on trading SPY. I was down 10K on SPY options this year. Right now I'm only down 3.6. Hoping to get back to break even and positive soon. Nice, man. Yeah, I have a doorman. Well, he's not really a doorman, but there's like a front desk at my building. I do like FTD games, Valerie Winsley, Alexandria Petrova, otherwise known as VWAP. Excluding the stock market, and what game do you dominate? I'm really good at TFT and Magic the Gathering. Well, I used to be good at Magic. I don't know if I am anymore. Probably. No, I don't, Bob. I don't want to chase Sava. Why? I already did. No, don't. It's a terrible idea. Yeah, I've played poker a lot too. It's hurtful when you refer to me as a doorman. You have a package down here which should be available for you to pick up next Thursday. Thanks, dickhead. I mean, angry concierge guy. Drop everything you're doing. Revlon's up 5 cents. I'm watching you on my TV, phone, iPad, and computer. I'm pumping your views. Thanks, Velvet Jupiter. I appreciate you having me on 4 screens at once. Did you enjoy swimming lessons growing up? You know, I took swimming lessons growing up. They were okay. I was very young, like 4 or 5. They built a Turing machine with MTG. It's supposed to be the hardest, like the hardest game to play. It's harder than Go, which is kind of nuts. Thank you so much, Jero. Do you see Fubo touching $3 again in the next few months? Looking for another low entry. I think it'll be unlikely that we see $3 again anytime soon. With the institutional interest at like 4 and 350, I don't think we'll see like 3 again. The biggest risk with Fubo is they're burning a lot of cash. And if that doesn't translate quickly to growth, that could spell trouble for it in the future. Do you know the date in October for the Rev hearing? The NYSE one, I believe, is on the 13th, and then the bankruptcy one is on the 24th. I don't think Jimmy's going back to 20 fast. We didn't even fucking come close this last time. Do you think the Super Bowl in January will spark more interest in Fubo? I don't know. Are they advertising during it? So regular Opex rules here. We're expecting to see price action sometime today or tomorrow. Lord of Nork. T+2. I don't know what's so hard. T+2 concludes on Wednesday, not Tuesday. I know T+Tuesday sounds fun, but opening bell today is the beginning of the end of the T+2 period. Additionally, we have ETF settlements this week, which are on a T3 schedule. No, Labor Day doesn't push any of the obligations. Only if it occurs the week. The only time we have an issue with a holiday is if it occurs the week of settlement. F is down 8.88%. Ford? That's a big drop. T+2 settlement is technically 3 days to the average. Yeah. Okay, so anytime GME has active fund pressure, which I talked about a lot over the last few days, I don't know why people aren't understanding like net negative gamma exposure on the market maker, but it means that when there's buy pressure, the market maker is buying into it. When there's sell pressure, the market maker is selling into it. So whatever activity occurs on the underlying stock, it is intensified by the market maker. Versus when you're positive gamma and whatever activity occurs on the stock is reduced by the market maker. So none of the basket stocks run on this Opex. What does that mean considering the great setup beforehand? The setup led to nothing? What the fuck do you think it would mean, walk-in? I hate to be that guy, but I think a lot of people are not paying attention in class, and you need to start assigning some homework that will be collected and grades the next day. Okay. You know what, walk-in? here's what it means. It means that the potential for volumetric OPEXs has declined, and that you simply have to play bets on the volatility surface of OPEX. So like the 38.75s and 50s that I bought last week that are up 40%. So you just play the shift in the vol surface and make money that way. If there were OI on only one put plus call strike, net negative gamma is when the put OI is below the current price and calls are above. Net positive gamma opposite? No. It has to deal with if the market maker is net long or net short calls or puts. Tesla just had volume backed ups. Cool. The market failed to break the upper MA there, which is not great. Let me take a look at SPX. Fucking Fed. If the rate increases 75 BP as expected, would you expect the market to rally with that? I would. I would expect that. Hmm. Not really showing any improvement at all. I assume that's because IWM has shit the bed today. Gross. An interesting start to thing. Alright. Why Nvidia's doing so well, but AMD is doing so poorly. Alright. Whatever. Ugh. Shouldn't the ETF obligations be more substantial on GME compared to direct options on the underlying? So ETF settlement end of week could be as spicy or more than OPEC settlement. Well, not all ETF settlement is end of week, and the ETF settlement that is at end of week has lower exposure than the ETF settlement that's at the beginning of the week. So about 1.5 million worth of 25 Ps for November on GME. Are you sure those aren't sold? Any new information about ETF pro rata agreements and obligations from the split, or do those not exist? I mean, there's no new information. It's just that if there are obligations from the split, they have to be satisfied. I know Turd dug up a couple ETFs that weren't showing post-split holdings of GME. So their holdings of GME were still showing the pre-split value. So that's kind of compelling, at least in that regard. But there's no way to know unless we see it covered. On a more serious note, I'm studying for my Canadian securities exam. I seem to be having issues understanding pricing with warrants and rights. Could you explain the intrinsic value pricing? Do you want to DM me and I'll get back to you later today, GFAT? Because it depends on the type of warrant. Or do you want to like send me the questions? Or like the section you're having an issue with? It doesn't work that much differently than like the intrinsic value of options. Yeah, if you DM me though, I'll go over whatever it is you're having an issue with. Ooh, SPX bounced. Nice. Bullish. I'm at the beach trying to fish and trade. Can you hurry up and get this run going so I can get out and catch me a mermaid? Also, remind the poorest to take profits of any kind and not diamond hand. I mean, no matter what I say, they're gonna do what they do, right? What does XRT settlement do? T+3 from Friday? Yeah, Thursday morning. Whether their ETF settlements are due, any of the S&P, like the standard and poor ETFs. Vanguard and like well, Russell and MSCI are on a different schedule. I think it's like offset one day. You're a good dude most of the time. The rest, you're all right. Thanks. I really care about your opinion of me, so that means a lot. Just want to say the fact that you're willing to help someone with their securities exam is wholesome as fuck. People give you a bad rap for being honest and direct, but they've never met a New Yorker. I don't know if all New Yorkers are as big of an asshole as I am, but some of them are. Displaying volatility have more profit potential due to the options contracts being cheaper at high strikes. Thus, more contracts can be purchased for the same amount of money. Yeah, but the gains on those contracts are smaller, right? So, yes and no. Like, there's an equivalency there between, leverage and price. NVIDIA is announcing their new GPU lineup today. Who cares? Like, it's the 4000 series. Like, doesn't everyone know they fucking suck already? You need like your own fucking mini Chernobyl to power the goddamn thing. So between an expected 0.75 hike, shorts closing out, and ETF likely net short could mean a huge rally. Yep. I really care about your opinion of me. Well, my opinion is you're fucking awesome. Never change, Pickle Man. Thanks, Dominic. NVIDIA's announcing their new GPU lineup today. Stop spamming it. All right, that's enough, Gavin. I'm a New Yorker and amazed by how genuinely polite you are, despite clearly hating all the idiocy this vacuous medium forces you to contend with. Those are early leaks. Yeah, but there's no more mining. So who's gonna buy them? Like no one needs like 120 FPS and 4K. Also, I'm pretty sure they don't hit it. What MAs are you using? Right now I have like the 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, and 180 up. Jimmy Green. Woo! 240 FPS and 8K. It's ridiculous. Most people are still playing on like 1080p monitors. This is why I think GameStop needs to break into like the used like PC components market. If they don't, I'm gonna start my own fucking company. Because there's idiots out there throwing away like 2080s and they're perfectly fine to play almost everything. So they can buy like a 4000 series and get, 30 more FPS and upgrade their power supply. $4K monitors are really overpriced. Yeah, the Zen 4 chips look awesome. It doesn't matter. So even if they create a card with a lot of demand, they're just going to run headfirst into supply issues. And if they create a card with low demand, they're just going to get burned on the revenue over the next like few quarters. Like development will yield mediocre returns. Like there isn't a bright future for any of the big chip manufacturers right now. At least not for a few quarters. Intel probably has the best potential, only because the government's giving them shitloads of free money so that we can compete with Taiwan. Random, but what TV do you have? It's like a Sony OLED something. I don't know. I just bought like the most expensive Sony one, whatever that is. I don't like Frito-Lays. They taste like burnt oil. Or Fritos? Are you talking about Fritos or like the potato chip? No one's invading Taiwan. You know, China's been threatening to invade Taiwan for like 75 years. Most of it's likely just posturing, at least for now. See, I like Android TV better than like LG's proprietary software. That's why I got the Sony. I don't remember which model it is. LG makes Sony's display. Yeah, they do. So it's the same display, it's just different software. I think the like refresh rates and stuff are better on the Sony's also. Like they have higher quality hardware outside of the display itself. Less lag and less motion blur. I did research at the time. I just don't remember it now. Since you mentioned Intel, you think it comes down to the 24 or 29 channel from years ago? Sure. Someone keeps asking about all your appliances, and I'm convinced they're making a replica dungeon. To kidnap you and keep you in? If they are, that's pretty dope. I think all the OLED panels are manufactured by LG. Anyway. If we don't see significant gains on GME by tomorrow afternoon, what mean? It means I'm probably selling my calls. You know, honestly, like my refrigerator sucks. It's just like a 2-door piece of shit refrigerator. Could Opex be waiting for tomorrow to dump all of the obligations into a crashing market? I mean, it's possible that we won't see covering till tomorrow. Why do you think the market's gonna crash tomorrow? I think I've been pretty spot on with like my macro projections the entire year. And I still think that an actual crash won't happen until we start to see a massive downgrade in expectations from mega caps, which probably won't happen till Q3 or Q4 earnings. Yeah, Sava's still just, it's bussing hard. Mayopex was funny because they shorted the fuck out of us the day before. If you guys remember. Like no one expected a Mayopex, and then they shorted the shit out of the stock before it ran. So like the day before Mayopex, they dropped us from like 23 down to 21, and then we rocketed the next day, which was a Wednesday. Today looks kind of good. It'd be nice if we could break this fucking resistance. Is that line off again? It keeps moving. I don't know why this fucking line keeps moving, but need to break what? 29.50 today would be really good. What I don't like about this Opex is this setup. Like, see, So I talked to you guys last week about how they like grind down volatility in the pre-Opex period by having us trade in a very narrow range, right? Um, the only thing I don't like about this is generally before we get a run of any significance, these periods trend down, right? Um, not always. I mean, there are exceptions like before March and before August. But overall, aside from like I guess November kind of did that too. That I guess that's what concerns me is that November did that in a very real way, right? Like November moved up really hard into the actual like Opex covering. Um both times obligations were covered in November. It moved up really hard. I don't know. I guess it's fine, but it usually means that there's more obligations covered in advance of the run, which doesn't matter if there's a lot of obligations to cover, but if there's not a lot of obligations to cover, it can mean that the run is very brief. In May Opex, did Wednesday come after Tuesday? In fact, yes. It usually does. You've been so on, Gurk. I question my functionality as a human being. Having been set up so hard with sense on a regular basis, even when you're off, it's dizzying to watch you correct based on data. Thanks. Yeah, but if we move hard first, who cares? I mean, it matters, right? The sustainability of the run is really important for the profitability of it. It feels like interest is higher in this cycle than the others. False. If so, does that explain some of the upwards chop? Interest is coming in, but it is much lower than it has been historically. Like you can't even compare this year's options volume to last year. It's sad to look at. Um and we don't have as much interest as we had in March. But it is picking up. So and the thing about interest on GME is that when it does it kind of like explode, it can explode tremendously. Like if GME really starts moving, the amount of FOMO that can come in is still insane. Thanks, Fluffy. What are the shaded areas on your chart? Oh, SPX is bouncing, by the way, guys. This is long-term VWAP weighted to the beginning of this year. And this is long-term VWAP weighted to the flash crash in March. They're both very relevant, and they have standard deviation bands. So right now, you know, our yearly VWAP is just below $30. Um, and then, you know, if you cross that, that accelerates price movement. But if you actually look, there's a drift between the two, the standard deviation and the long-term VWAP of this year. So this year we're actually starting to trade more and more volume higher. And so, you know, it's starting to move back in line very slowly with the previous year's weighted average price. which is 41.66. More like long-term sentiment indicators, and it helps predict, like, well, it helps determine average cost basis. So like most people who bought this year have a cost basis of around $32. People who bought last year could have a cost basis as high as 41, and I would say the majority of people are somewhere in between those two, like 32.50 to 41.66. But knowing that range of cost basis is really important for determining where liquidity unlocks. Like above 41.66, there are lots of sellers. Below 32.57, there are a lot of buyers. Jesus fuck, stonks. Have you ever thought about maybe averaging that down? 28.50 is decent. Yeah, 28.50 is. I think that's like my cost basis in this account, without accounting for covered calls. But yeah, this one's like 28.24. I've sold a ton of covered calls against that, so I'm not really sure what it's down to now, but I'd have to try to break it apart from the rest of my shares and to figure it out. Jimmy? You didn't even DM me, dork. What the fuck, man? Dude, the adult dating sites are going crazy today. It's like 50% of the viewership. Rev wants to break free. It does. I had a $60 cost basis. I sold it break even thanks to you. Thanks, Super Sonic, for helping me find you in this stream. Congrats on getting out of that bag. Jesus. That's what I'm fucking talking about, Dork. Ooh. Wait, give me a longer time frame. I fucking hate the 1 minute. It's like the men's shower room at the gym. Confusing, and you don't want to look at anything. There we go. Fuck yes. Wait, do you have that reversed? Why are they topping IJH so hard? Interesting. See, the problem with this time scale is there's nothing to weigh it against. No, we didn't Opex. Relax. I'm trying to see something. Oh, that looks bullish as fuck for XRT, at least. Yeah. That looks pretty fucking good for GME too, but different. That's interesting. Huh. Using liquidity a bit differently nowadays. Upsquart. Ooh. Yeah, Upstart moved. Nice. So huh. I like it, right? Nothing for M. That kind of sucks. A little bit of a move up. That looks like it's gonna fail. Back to 38.57-ish. Maybe even back to like, yeah, 38.57.20. What'd be really interesting is if we start to inverse market price action. Yeah. It's still correlated. Some volume on Bobby. Okay, here's my problem with Bobby right now. When it hits, if it hits, I should say, like the $9-10 level, Jeffries is gonna start dumping shares again, which is problematic for a run. No, M isn't halted. You don't know if they've even started. I mean, they generally start right away, but they still have to get like best price to stay within their model. So if the price is like really high above like their expected return, they generally complete the sell-offs very quickly. But if the price falls below where they need to sell shares, then that slows the process of the share offering. Selling CCs at 10 on Bobby isn't a bad idea. I would wait for it to run up before I sold them. It was above 833 for a minute and didn't complete. That's because Jeffries is still going to try to get best price because that's how they get their commission. If they can sell the shares for more money, they get more money for doing it, right? Wearing a hat, bullish. Like the GME share offering came all at once because we were so high above the target price, right? We were at like 300 when they announced it, and then, you know, they got to sell all the way the fuck down into like the 220 range. So they could just dump, right? So Jeffrey's bullish. I mean, it's not bullish, right? They're just waiting for a higher price target because they want to sell for more. They may not get it, which is another consideration. But Bobby to me looks good up to like 12-ish. It'll be hard for it to cross 15. And that's only if it gets like a shitload of volume, which I don't see where that would be coming from. What can you tell about Revlon via options and the market makers pricing in the potential for large moves? That doesn't mean they'll happen, but the market maker considers a significant amount of risk to be present. Is there any ramifications on them if they don't get the 833? I mean, yeah, they would lose their like a chunk of their commission, right? So, you know, when they go to these, when they go to like Jeffries or whoever handles them, right? Other banks and stuff, broker dealers, you know, they tell them we can get your shares sold at this price. Like they model it out and they figure out an average price per share for the share offering. And then, you know, obviously BBBY can then take that information to their investors. Ideally, they would want to beat that because the more they can beat it, they get a performance bonus. So if they can beat that target, then they make more money. But if they can't, I mean, they'll still sell the shares within whatever predetermined time frame they have. How did banks perform during Opex in the past? So I've done it through like banking ETFs, but I've never compared the banks individually. I would imagine it's fairly mixed because the performance of like big primes and like regional banks is very different. Um, and most like finance ETFs are a mix of, you know, like Citigroup, BlackRock, things like that, and then a mix of also like smaller regional banks and financial services sector as well. So yeah, direct comparison, I'm not sure. Financial sector versus OPEX tends to kind of underperform. But there are exceptions to that. There's more illiquid like financial sector stocks that do pretty well. I think like a firm is a good example of one that's done really well on OPEX in the past. When was the last time the tips touched? Well, with the update in the math of the indicator, the tips don't really touch anymore. They kind of just converge and diverge. But But the last time they diverged, let's see, was on, I believe, like early August. So yeah, some divergence in early August, not a lot, and then a lot more on like August 16th through 22nd. Right now it's they've contracted and are expanding from a new divergence point. So bullish and a little bit more narrow than May. A little more narrow than May and March, actually. Which would indicate the liquidity is getting a little bit better. Which you can sort of infer from the borrow rate being lower. Yeah, the consistently rising price action on this choppy period does infer that some obligations are being covered early, which makes the run itself riskier, right? I mean, we don't get touching tips, but we get like a convergence and then a divergence, right? They just don't intersect anymore. But that's just because we changed the math, not because the data changed. More accurate is better than having tips touch. Right now, all we're seeing is a lot of, so all of these stocks, the market makers are net negative gamma, right? And so what we're seeing is when the index rises, just watch the SPX. When the index rises any significant degree, these stocks will rocket, right? Because we're getting, active fund pressure backed by market maker buying pressure, which drives the price up very, very quickly. But the same thing on downticks in the index, we're going to have accelerated downside. So high volatility until it breaks one way or the other. And we're at, a very important level for it to swing either way right now. So this ticks up, right? And then active funds go and buy these. But since the market makers are net negative gamma on all of these, then the MMs also have to jump in and buy all of these. And so you get this like accelerated upside price action. And depending on the amount of risk and how negative the market maker is, that GEX, that the amount of hedge per 1% move, we have different amounts of pressure across all of them, right? So if you look at like GME's correlation to the index, it's pretty tight, right? But you look at like Sava, obviously like during this, watch the horizontal or the vertical band here. See how Sava's rising harder with the rising market? It's outperforming. So the pressure here on Sava is higher. And then the pressure on Upstart, for example, is relatively high, like especially through this period. It's picking up though. So we're seeing pressure increase because during this period, pressure on Upstart wasn't very high, right? Below the 20, what is that, the $23 mark. But as soon as it crosses the $23 mark, pressure increases dramatically, right? And that has to do with, you know, the market maker's hedge on the current OI. If GME crosses 30, GME is going to start to outperform as well. Because then, you know, they're hedging like another 30,000 contracts. Do you think now is a good time to buy GME September $23, $35 calls? Jesus fucking Christ. Why? Why so much time? Like, I'd be cautious of buying any calls on GME that would extend beyond the potential for a share offering. No, I didn't get stopped out of my docu calls. I'm just holding them to see if it runs. If docu crosses 60, it'll run really hard. GME crosses 30, it'll run really hard. Macy's crosses 20, it'll run really hard. Like, this is going to be pervasive throughout all of these stocks. It's all the same shit, which is what I tried to explain in my last DD. Share offering? What did I miss? Well, they're reducing SG&A, but they still have a burn rate. At some point, you know, if they're going to continue to grow, they're going to have to go to the market to retrieve equity or to cash out equity. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. The 2950s are very, very important because if they go in the money, then the stock should hit 30 based on OI hedging. All near the money calls are important right now. I'm at weeklies for the 23rd. Yeah, that's what I have. All I have on docu is like weeklies and like way the fuck out of the money leaps. I don't think it matters what we do, Superman. I think it matters what institutions do. The annexation of Donbass, Kherson, and Luhansk. Luhansk. Okay. Cool. Instead of Jimmy doing a share offering, how about they start to become a company that institutions want to have a stake in? I mean, to get institutions to come in and have a stake in the company will probably require that they do a share offering at some point. Given that their current investor class likes to take all of the available liquidity and lock it up in cold storage, that's not very enticing for large institutions. institutions want to be able to buy up ownership stake in liquid markets. They don't want to buy illiquid volatile shit. Yeah, still have M calls. I've got calls on all this stuff. I am gonna, like, for the 50th time, really caution people trying to play Fubo for Opex. It's not a great Opex stock. Not yet, at least. I think we're starting to see, like, volatility shorts come in, and it's gaining some interest, but it could be like another quarter before it starts to really run on Opex cycles. That's why I bought shares and, like, options contracts for 2 fucking years from now. Yeah, SPX moved up. Oh, I don't GME twice. Sabo? Oh, let's see what Sabo's doing. Saying DRS is bad for institutional investing? Yeah. Wonder who would want to avoid institutional interest on the stock, which would be immense buy pressure. Good question, Bob. I wonder too. Imagine shorting volatility on a stock where 30% of its free float isn't moving, and you know the exact risk, like, you know the exact risk present on the stock at any given time. That's why I think they'll never walk away from GME as a volatility short. It's just too perfect. The GME needs to give us a short squeeze first, then let us sell, then give institutions a seat at the table. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Imagine playing Fubo instead of GME for September Opex when GME has potential split obligations and Opex obligations due. Yeah, I don't really understand the thought process behind that. It's not that Fubo is bad, but it's just not there yet, right? It's like it's picking up, and you know, in a few months, maybe it will have some nice OPEX cycles. But right now, you know, even if it ran, it wouldn't run very hard, like maybe 7 or 8. Don't get me wrong, I'd fucking sell and reposition, but uh still in rumor mode. It's just different. It's not as first of all, it's not nearly as illiquid as a lot of these other stocks. So you know, liquidity isn't an issue. It's not going to generate a lot of FTDs until you start to see, like, a lot more institutional ownership kick in. It has pretty high insider ownership, which is bullish. How long do you think the DRS crowd will hang in there for? Who the fuck knows? I mean, if the price of the underlying keeps going up, right? If GME just grows naturally and has, you know, some price discovery over the next 2 years, forever, like, they're not going to sell if the price isn't going down. I have 40p on WFC, down quite a bit, looking for an exit. I don't know, just set stops, right? Or wait, you're down? Hold on, I'll look it up. I don't know what WFC is doing today. Relatively flat. I mean, interest rates are bullish for like big lenders, so I'm not sure why you shorted Wells Fargo right now. Was it like an earnings play or something? I guess I don't need to know the underlying thesis. I mean, you kind of had an opportunity here earlier on this big sell-off. It's not going to probably drop with a rising market, though. Looking at Fuberto, like Bobby and June, but better position for more stable price improvement. Yeah. Also, just a better company. Like a way more fucking potential for growth. I think the biggest risk with Fubo is within the next like 6 quarters, they may do a share offering. I don't know if that would be very bearish. Like, not all share offerings are bearish. Sometimes, you know, a company picking up cash is a good thing. I'm up 13 bucks. This Opex thing is wild. Is GME volume getting boofed right now? Yep. Yeah, GME's getting boofed hard. It's pretty fucking obvious. Stefan, I would be cautious using Market Chameleon for intraday IV. It is kind of shitty. I don't know why. It's their calculation of it is not very sensitive. It's a bit odd, but I would say IV is up a little more than that. Fidelity is probably better. Like Fidelity or TDA for trying to watch like live IV. I think they both have indicators for it. IBKR has one too. Yeah, it's also 18 minutes behind. Market Chameleon is the biggest fucking waste of money I may have ever spent on market data. If we didn't need to download closing OI from their like CSV files, I wouldn't pay for it at all. It's just, you know what? They're all dog shit. All of the fucking market data sources that I found have been complete dog shit. If you're paying for one right now, you're getting ripped off. You could get better data pushing CBOE's free data dumps through Excel. Dude, Lauer is not going to provide anything better than anyone else. Better hair care, maybe. Spot Gamma's got some interesting stuff, but the good stuff is way too expensive. And like an individual's investor's ability to profit off of that, probably minimal. I don't sell data services. I mean, most of our data we get ourselves. There's very little shit that I like pay for. I mean, I pay for like stuff that like we need to get our own data, but that's a yeah, but my point is like these data services aren't really providing they're even the data they're dumping is like not very good, right? Like shit like options flow is mostly useless. It's not bad to look at and see like where positioning is for the day. You know what I actually don't hate is what's it called? Um I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's one of the TDA like paid services. Bookmap? Bookmap's okay. I like that. It's interesting. Super busy today. I guess no Opex price action today. Too early to say for sure. Right now, the overall trend for today is pretty bullish. Have we ever run a week after Opex? No. We've continued Opex runs the week after Opex, but it's not its own run. It's just a continuation of the initial one. For anybody trying to buy Boom Hunter Pro, let me tell you, Boom Hunter Pro is RSI combined with a fast and slow EMA. So if you can turn on RSI and then two EMAs and adjust them accordingly, you don't need to pay for it. Are they internalizing to prevent FOMO? They're internalizing to prevent volatility. That's why they internalize. James Rowland's whatever. I don't care. Unusual whales, garbage. What do they give you? SEC reports that you can just look up yourself? Most of that shit you can just go get yourself. You don't need paid data to go retrieve it. It might take a little extra work, but the amount of money they charge every month is fucking ridiculous. Ortex is hot garbage. Why would they be preventing volatility at this stage? That's the DMM's job. DMM, not same like DRM. Options market maker and the like market maker for NYSE are two totally different things. What about live flow? Mostly worthless. I mean, you can see the hedges occur on stocks that aren't heavily internalized, but I don't know if that really helps with anything. Doesn't internalization just kick vol? It breaks it up. So it dilutes the effect of it. I tried telling my wife to try beefing, and she became more volatile instead of less volatile. What's Kenny's secret? He takes him out for a nice dinner first. Does in Chicago. So it's like taking girls out in Chicago is a lot like taking them to a horror film. You know, they feel a little scared. They're not sure what to do. You try to convince them to cuddle you while your bodyguard trails you guys everywhere. You talk about how dangerous the neighborhood you're in is. So like Kenny's whole interview about the dangers of Chicago, that was just a lead up. Yeah, he's laying the groundwork for the implication. Are all of the live option flow providers just proprietary interpretation based off the same data I can see coming out of Fidelity's time and sales? Yes. Yeah, they're just determining what side of the bid or ask is being hit. It doesn't mean they're correct. My bodyguard always just kicks my ass. I think he's confused on where the danger is. Maybe he's not. How long can they internalize buy orders? T+6? I mean, forever? They don't, right? It's constantly rolling in and out. So they're not keeping like one buy order for a long period of time, right? They're just rolling it out with new volume coming in. Otherwise they would, they would create too much divergence between the positions. So like anything bought on the run that they just internalized, right? So this run up yielded very little effect on GME's price, right? And then now that they're getting a sell off, they can just sell those shares back. Right? So they just sell those shares off, the ones that they internalized. So they can satisfy the active fund pressure with the shares that the active funds bought in the first place. Would a Bloomberg terminal provide good data? Not really. I mean, it gives you some more information that you can get publicly, but not a lot more. CBOE real-time data for non-professional users is like 60K a year. Yep. This new period of FTD accumulation on Rev be signified by steadily increasing volume in the long term due to fails rather than large-scale covering in short periods of time. There's no way to tell. It could go either way. Still not to 50% likes. Oh, whatever. I don't care if people like the stream or not. What other free data sources are good to hit up? I scrape Edgar, NASDAQ, FTP, and IEX. CBOE, I'll need to check that out. Yeah, you should. And fucking docu sell-offs on market drops are intense. What's the latest they can cover by tomorrow? Most people won't be able to process and use live CBOE data even if they had 60K. Well, not only that, there's an even smaller subset of people that would be able to do anything useful with it. You can have all the data in the world and still not know what the fuck you're doing. And I think that's the bigger problem is a lot of people have no idea what they're doing and they pay for data services that they can't interpret or use effectively. They'll get some results and that'll make them think they're using the data effectively, but they're most likely not. Paid data seem like cliff notes. A little bit. You basically need a doctorate in math like JFresh to be able to handle that data correctly. Yeah, just to handle the data. And then you also need somebody who knows how to make money off of it. No offense, JFresh. You are getting better. Thanks, baby hands. He has 2 weeklies now? Holy shit. BBBY with the fake out. I bet a lot of people bought the top of that run. I feel like BBBY is kind of behaving similarly to Docu. Yeah. Big sell-offs on market downturns. I mean, that's the market maker, right? But there's no internalization to offload. So it just dumps really hard. Don't get me wrong, if there's enough steady buy pressure, it'll move up. You got a lot of people still asking if Opex is dead when you even put the date range on the screen. Yeah, I know. It probably doesn't help that I'm leaning in front of it most of the time. Essentially, markets have become inaccessible to the common person. I mean, I don't agree with that. I'm a common person. I don't think they're inaccessible. But I mean, it's also kind of like you can buy all the parts for your car, but it doesn't mean you know how to install them. Right? I think it's ridiculous that retail investors think they can outperform hedge funds of professionals dedicated to making money off of the market, or that that discrepancy is due to the lack of available information. It's not. To some degree, sure, they do have better information, but not a lot better. Don't you think your performance outperforms a hedge fund? Sure. That's not normal though, right? Most people aren't going to do that. It seems my privates are kind of like a weather for the VUP song. I feel a tingle, maybe a wiggle, and bam. 10 minutes later, the VUP song is playing for some reason. Weird, huh? Interesting. Yeah, they do have insider information, but, people here could have insider information. People get information in their daily lives that they can capitalize on all the time. They just don't know how. You were retail and you were outperforming most hedge funds. Yeah, but I'm me, right? That's not fair to the hedge funds. Year-to-date performance? Oh, fuck. Portfolio wide, like 2,300%. Chill. Yeah. I made a lot of money in March and off BBBY, so that was cool. I'm at negative 1%, which beats the S&P. Yeah, you're doing okay. What's the year to date after removing YouTube ad money? 2,300%. If you knew people started crying because you didn't see their well thought out questions, even though they tagged you, would you do anything different? I would just tell them to write it again until I see it. What's your opinion on milk? Like, like mammalian milk or like milk bar, like the cookie and ice cream place? What pisses me off about Bobby is after their stupid, awful shareholders meeting before it ran, I rolled all of my position out to leaps, and I had like almost triple the position in August calls that would have printed so fucking hard. Tesla dead? Sure, Victor. You're not in the same situation as most retail. When you started, yes, but you can't consider yourself in the same financial position as most retail to participate in the same market. Yeah, I can. It's all the same shit. It's just different amounts of leverage. So with the same positioning, I can make more money than most people because I can get more leverage. But the amount of money made is still the same, right? Like there could still, an increase on a small position with less leverage is still an increase. It takes time to build up more capital. But most retail's answer to that is more and worse leverage which usually leads to them getting burned on like shitty weekly plays and stuff like that. And that's just greed, right? Because of a lack of patience. Yeah, but you know, retail can do things that are risk averse, like buy rights, right? If people have no money to participate in the market, then they just don't have money to speculate with, right? That's just capitalism. Not everybody in society is of the same, you know, income bracket. There's no way to fix that, right? Some people are just not going to have money to participate in the market. People that do can make money. I assume everyone in here has money to participate in the market to some degree. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. That's why we need socialism, so we spread the bags equally. Nice. Why is fishing for cats used for mispresenting yourself to people online? Is that like a saying? I've never heard it. Fishing for cats. That's not what socialism is. Yeah, but let's not get into a conversation about what socialism is and isn't right now. Catfishing? Oh, okay. I wasn't tying those two things together. Is there something about catfish where you don't know what it is till you see it? I don't know. Thanks, Kendra. Narco syndicalism. Is it possible they figured out a way to not necessarily dodge Opex, but found a way to avoid massive run-ups? Sure. Along with the potential they've moved on from GME. I think them moving on from GME was something we already saw, or moving away from GME. But GME presents a great deal of opportunity for anybody who wants to short volatility. So if they do step away, I don't think it'll be for long. It's okay, Shane. There's still tomorrow, J-Car. Yeah, wheat's up 5% today. It's moving a bit. It's kind of cool. Docu, the world's smallest MOASS. Nope. Market's still coming down. There's until the end of day tomorrow. Not only are there 3.5 hours left in today's day, but there are more hours left in tomorrow's day. How many GME weeklies did you get today? I don't know, like another 100. How do I spend so much time here and still not know who Sanjeet is? Probably before your time here. Actually, no. You know, because of the inverse correlation between volatility and price, if you own a stock, you are short volatility. Like the ownership of equities, long ownership of equities, is technically shorting volatility. I kind of went over my thoughts on the Garch model back on Sunday, but I mean, it's cool. I don't think volatility is the best predictor of Opex. I think positioning is a much better predictor, but it just uses past data to predict the past. It can't predict the future. It's fun. They use them for training like algo trading models. But the expectation is for them to be like wrong. Can you predict the past? I mean, Garch models can. Oh, what's up, Mario? Cool. You did a really good job on it, by the way. That's true of all indicators to a degree, yeah. Probability models like that are generally better at defining risk. The problem with Garch on Gmail is it's always a little late since runs are so short lived. Yeah, the volatility, like the volatility spikes on GME are very short lived, which I could see being a problem for training it. Have you tried it on, you know, like something that sustains periods of high volatility for longer, like Tesla or AMD. Have we seen an Opex cycle that popped off on the third day? Yeah, a few of them. Slowly building up a position on Upstart. What do you think? It looks interesting. I mean, I'm gonna own a position probably at the end of this week if it doesn't run. So we'll see how it turns out. We're on track for GME's lowest volume day ever. Cool. I didn't do it on these since the model gave bad p-values for MU. Oh. Hmm. Fair. Algo trading is not really my specialty, but I understand to some degree what you're trying to define with it. I need to buy a McDonald's value meal this evening. Will we have Opex today or is it ramen again? I don't know. Safe to say no one is very confident in Opex again, but we still have some time. Yeah, I mean, there's no confidence until it starts to happen. Help, I'm only up 15% on my GME calls. Oh no. That seems like you missed the really good entry period. That sweet spot was, I don't even think I hit the sweet spot fully. There was an entry right before mine where my calls would have been up like 62% instead of just 50%, but I'll take what I got. How's the new Monkey Island game? Pretty funny. It's so far it's keeping to the old traditions. I like it. I'm just tired of the questions about it. I don't really give a fuck. And it's just like annoying to have someone ask me every 5 minutes if Opex is happening or not. Or telling me definitively that it's over when the time period for it to occur has not yet completed. Crazy how my position with Theta hasn't gone down a wink today. I actually think some of them are up. Like my 50s are up today, like 4%, but still up. Thank you for signing up to Catfish Facts. Catfishing is the practice of adding catfish into cod tankers to keep them quality meat. Since catfish are unpredictable and harass the cod to keep them on their toes. Whining for Opex, hella Q. Thanks, fiscal stupidity. You push Wells Fargo off a cliff real quick. Didn't you get like a nice downturn with the market drop? We got these people suckered for another cycle. You and I both know Opex only comes behind the Wendy's dumpster. You gotta sell calls somehow. I averaged into my GME Opex position. I'm only up 10%. I guess that's expected. Are there better strategies to average better? Buy at a better time? Yep, and when it does run, everyone's gonna be all handsy and bullishness. Yeah, and then they don't sell at the top or anywhere near it. And then they're like, ah, look what you did to me. Do people forget that you have positions in play to make use of OPEX, so you're just as eager for it to get going? I don't know. I mean, I don't really care if it happens or it doesn't, right? Like, I've positioned myself in a way that I'm not going to lose that much money if it doesn't happen. I'll still make money if it doesn't happen. Have any other stocks OPEX yet? Not really. Sava had a little bit of a run today. It's still holding the upside pretty well. Nice descending wedge breakout potential here. What's your favorite thing and worst thing about living in New York? Favorite thing? Accessibility. There's everything you could ever want here. Um, Least favorite thing, all the fucking people. Do you think now would be a good time to enter an AMD position, or probably better to wait until after the Fed meeting? Well, that depends on the effect of the Fed meeting, right? You generally want to buy things before they're going up. Don't most cycles start closer to the afternoon anyway? That really just depends. Some of them start early, some of them start late. I'm sure they try to mix. It's probably preferential for at least the not to cover anything until later in the day because they can get more people to sell off more calls, which reduces their their hedge obligations. What price target must Upstart cross to build up high pressure and run super hard? 25 is a really important level for Upstart. Well, actually, I didn't check that this morning. Let me look. Yeah, it looks like 25 is still like the more important level at least. Gamma neutral's falling. That's kind of bullish. DN's dropping. I mean, ideally, Upstart would bounce through like 30, 32. I mean, obviously things would have to reposition there, but IV falling on GME. Just a little bit, but yeah. Volumetric sell off here. Less risk below VWAP as well. No point in suing TA on basket stocks as it doesn't account for possible violent upside. I mean, it does in a way because speculation into Opex and like participation in the stocks rises, which throws bullish signals. So I mean, the problem is TA during like the short vol cycles is really inaccurate and it's very hard to predict the downsides. Not so much that it's hard to predict breakouts as the time for them nears, right? So from a technical side, like Jamie looks really bullish generally going into runs, but the downside is very hard to measure and determine because they'll just keep shorting and shorting. Yep, still bullish. Emma is still not up 750%, in case you were worried. You're welcome. No, I wasn't. I don't own any of it. Going back to work, I'll keep an eye out for movement, but no promises. I'll be back to sell the top or ever. Oh, but I'll be back to blame you for Opex, whether it happens or not. Thanks, man. That's all I could ask. If nothing happens tomorrow, do you think the split killed Opex? It's possible. It doesn't mean I'm not going to play October, though. Ultimately, the benefit of Opex and Opex cycles is that when they do occur, when obligations are enough and hedges flip and everything lines up and you get this perfect scenario, the amount of money that you can make off of one is probably more than enough to sustain most people for several years. And at the cost of a few days of exposure, I'll take it every single fucking time. Will you sell your 1021s tomorrow as well? Not if they don't downprice them. Couple of years if you only have 1K worth of exposure. I mean, it depends on where you get that exposure. Sure. I mean, in March, if you'd bought weeklies out of the money, you would have like 50x'd your contracts. 50 to like 115x, actually. So, yeah, I mean, it depends on how you position, but sure. Obviously, higher risk, higher reward. How much money did you spend on GME calls for Opex? Like 80, 87,000 so far. These periods of time right before Opex may or may not happen is unbelievably exciting to me. It's like the main events of stocks. It's fun. I like it too. You're encouraging weeklies out of context. You know people are only going to listen to that one part. They miss the higher risk part. You can buy those weeklies after you've confirmed the spike in volume, which drastically reduces the risk. But yeah, I know. I know what people do. I'm not gonna lie about it though. Like, what do I say? Oh, you know, there is a time and place where weeklies can be insanely profitable. Can you show us the sweet spot for buying in and how it's identified? Thank you for doing for the average poor. You deserve nothing but gratitude. Thanks, Birdman. I thought I did when I bought my calls. Um, you look for a dip in IV shortly before the settlement period, and that's all I did. Like, it wasn't special. IV opened really low that morning, so I started buying calls. Usually there's two low points in IV throughout the GME cycle. One occurs well in advance of Opex and is a really good opportunity to buy like far dated out of the money calls with less delta sensitivity. And then the second one happens right before the Opex expiration, and that one is like better. Well, it's better for delta sensitive positions because there's less fluctuations in price after that point, which I mean you can see in the trend. Jamie's price hasn't really changed a lot over the last few days. So you know historical AV and watch for the number. I mean, I know when GME's hitting its low point in IV in the cycle, right? Sold calls start to slow down a bit. IV generally on GME doesn't fall much below. I don't think we've ever seen anything below 80, not for a few years. But anything under 100 is usually pretty good. If Opex is dead, I'm still gonna sell CCs each week. Yeah, same. Was that dip on the 12th? I think the low point in IV for GME this cycle was oh, it was actually the 9th was the lowest point. I think I bought on the 13th. Like the morning dip on the 13th. It dropped to 90, like 93.9 IV30. Um But the lowest point was on the 9th. The morning of the 10th, I guess. Or the morning of the 12th would have been the lowest, absolute lowest point. Yeah, Sava's having a good run today, which is bullish for the rest of this basket stocks. Why is Tesla so bullish, way outperforming the SPY? Actually, I think it's because QQQQ is doing really well today. Or, well, doing better than the SPY today. Down 58 versus the SPX's 106 BPS. No, that's not what I want. I want SPX and GME. What's interesting is a lot of people get really bearish on Tuesday because they think of the likelihood of a run on Wednesday is smaller, but it's more advantageous for them to run Wednesday than it is for them to run Monday or Tuesday. Especially the MM. I mean, you're not really going to get intraday IV from anywhere. Any bounce would be a Trojan horse. Probably, yeah, for the yield curve. I would be surprised if it inverted again anytime soon. Especially while the Fed continues to raise rates. Yep, all day Wednesday. We've had dramatic runs on Wednesday. No. We've had dramatic through the roof things on Wednesday. May Opex and Feb Opex last year. Technically, March Opex last year came after Wednesday. It was on Thursday. Do you believe running this channel is largely detrimental to you? I don't really think it affects me negatively. Initially, maybe, but I've learned how to position around that now, so it doesn't really bother me much. I've made more money off stocks since starting this channel than I did before. It definitely keeps me more focused on the market. Seems like they're trying to push retail traders out, make weaker paper-handed their positions to minimize exposure. I mean, that's advantageous for them, yeah. Down pricing IV burns weeklies, which is good for anybody covering. Let's see what's going on with the order flow today. Yeah, it looks mostly just like sold calls. Almost all of our negative delta is from sold calls. So it's working, pushing people out. How much do you make off Discord subs a month? I don't know, however many there are, times what they pay minus what YouTube takes. I really don't know. It varies wildly. And it's like they report it like 3 months in the past, so. What are you looking at? Order flow? Shift search? I just checked Market Chameleon. Well, it's either people selling calls, like paper handing, or it's them selling calls in order to suppress volatility. That's correct. Thanks, Joseph Johnson. YouTube takes money off Discord subs. Well, because the Discord sub is linked through YouTube. XRT getting hit with a big wooden club. Yep. They have like if you're on Market Chameleon, you can look at order sentiment. And it tries to make an approximation of like net delta throughout the day. If you check all the basket stops to tell if it's institutional or retail, the amount of volume and number of calls sold in similar amounts would indicate one or the other. I can take a look. Let's see. Bobby order flow was fairly bullish in the mid-afternoon. It's negative again. Bot calls outweighing sold calls. Revlon's almost all bot calls. SPY is absolute shitloads of sold puts. XRT really only has one spike of delta, and it's from sold vertical puts. Upstart. Bearish in the early morning, now almost purely bot calls. Docu, also bullish in the early morning, now almost all sold calls. Lots of December 60s sold off. Let me check Sava. Sava, all bot calls, tons of them. So yeah, the selling off of calls on all of these seems to be very much focused on GameStop. Even Macy's, well, Macy's is still a lot of bot puts. And that's mostly institutional. November $15 Ps. But Jimmy is really not a lot of puts. It's mostly just sold calls. Some put spread, like a bear put spread or bull put spread. Big bull put spread on GME, which is interesting because that's bullish. Oh, anyone else see that come in? That's kind of huge. No, Sava's not an XRT, but XRT is also not the only ETF. No, it's you know what it is? It's actually interest in Opex has declined, which makes Opexes less likely, right? It's not that more people have noticed it, it's that less and less people participate in it. The more people that participate in Opex, the more self-fulfilling it becomes. So kind of the opposite is true. In August and May 2022, almost no one participated according to the options chain, but those were both great. What? Call interest on GME at the time was higher than it's ever been. August lower than May. May was a huge amount of call interest on GME. Oh, May 2022? Um, May 2022 wasn't great. It was okay. It didn't even break Gamma Max. There was still a decent chunk. Sorry, I thought you meant May 21. There was still a decent chunk. August was ETF FTDs. That wasn't an OPEX. Jettle. And call interest was okay for that, but that's a covering event. Weeklies went like 40x. Yeah, they went up. I mean, it was an OPEX run. It was just a weak one. If there had been more call interest, it would have been a lot stronger. Do you think we'll have an explosive OPEX? I don't know. I mean, OPEXs are generally pretty explosive. Jimmy's not halted. It is inversing the market trend, though, which is kind of bullish as fuck. Can you elaborate on why Jimmy inversing the market trend is bullish as fuck? Well, it would mean that there's active pressure buying into GameStop that is not directly correlated to price improvement. Um, that's a good thing. I honestly don't think they're gonna allow a March repeat. You mean like May, November last year, August last year, May last year, Feb last year, Jan last year? I don't think they care how much money retail makes off of it. It's way less than they make off of it. What's with all the puts being sold on SPY? Is it just a lack of participation not driving up price due to the upcoming Fed meeting? What are your thoughts? Profit taking before the Fed meeting? De-risking, risk off, right? And then straddle. Into tomorrow. But the volume's so low, there's an assumption of extreme internalization right now. I don't know about that. And there's definitely internalization going on, but I don't think it's extreme. We should preach the power of hedging and all only pledge to buy like monthlies. Yeah, you can't do that, Superman. That's colluding to manipulate the price of an asset. It's illegal. Can you talk a bit more about the bare minimum tools that new options traders need to be more successful? Like multiple screens, live options data. You don't need multiple screens. You need live options data. A book, just options as a strategic investment. You don't need a scanner. Scanners can narrow down a specific strategy, but you don't need one generally. You need to understand what the fuck you're doing. How long of a stick would you need to touch HKD? I wouldn't full port YOLO into it with your money. Fucking SPX is jumping off a cliff right now. Is there any news? Any exciting news? That's not new. Hmm. Rising yields, dragging the market. No, no news, just shit. Lava running while the SPY down. Opex indicator. A bit, yeah. Summary: if everyone didn't buy all their weeklies 2 weeks ago because they were afraid to miss out, there would be less whining and maybe some better price action. I mean, yeah, that's true to some degree. Did you hear about Putin address? Yeah, but it hasn't happened yet. Also, like, what's Putin really gonna do at this point? Unless he's launching nukes, like, which is really unlikely. In which case, we don't care about OPEX, right? There's bigger problems. It's pretty likely Russia goes full mobilization today. I mean, aren't they already fully mobilized? Like, what are they gonna do? Break out some more 1970s tanks? They've been getting their fucking asses kicked. '80s tanks, whatever. So they're gonna send more untrained people to operate machinery from 2-3 decades ago. Like, that hasn't been working out well for them so far. Yeah, I mean, it's also, putting soldiers in the position of, die with your shield, or I don't remember the saying, but not good, right? Like, it's just more low morale troops that are fighting in a war they don't want to fight in. It's not a recipe for victory. And come back with your shielder on it. That's what it is. Don't be an armchair general. Don't tell me what to do. Well, Ukraine is high morale with strong leadership. I mean, they have a modernized infantry that's being supplied by every major world power. Oh yeah, tell that to Vietnam. We didn't win that, did we? Right? It's almost like we sent a bunch of people to war that were untrained and didn't want to be there. Don't underestimate the ability of a country to defend itself. We achieved our strategic goals. Don't underestimate the ability for Opex to happen on a Wednesday. Also true. Yeah, a lot of people dying for nothing. That's what, I mean, to be fair, that's what most wars are, right? Or military actions. Yeah, wheat keeps moving up. You plan on unloading? When do you plan on unloading calls of Opex set up to grids? I mean, I'll sell the weeklies off tomorrow. The Octobers I might hold for like an extra day. We'll see. No, there's no Opex deferral for the death of the Queen of England. Not only that, everyone else that tried to liberate Vietnam failed, but now they have baguettes, and I wouldn't have been born in Canada, so there's a silver lining. All right. Do you like the idea of Sava puts? Not right now. Some idiot on YouTube made a video that Larry Chang is gonna buy into BBBY and cause a squeeze. Could you see that happening? There's nothing to squeeze there. BBBY is liquid as fuck. Can you give an explanation for the ridiculously low volume on GME the past week? No one's trading it. I mean, volume is low market wide. It's not just GME. Everything has ridiculously low volume right now. Yeah, I always love it when people are like, don't talk about military strategy. You couldn't have read tons of books on that subject. I know better because my opinion's different than yours. Fuck you. You're not a general. You're some asshole in a YouTube chat. Like I give a shit about your opinion over my own. At least give like a debate, you know, at least counter my point. I remember when this was going on back when the war started in Ukraine. It's like if you were a general, go do your fucking job. What are you doing here? It's like I was actually a grunt in the Marines. I know all about military strategy. It's like no, you fucking don't. You got slapped with a felony when you were 16 and tried to get out of it. That's what happened. I have plenty of friends that joined the Marines. Most of them weren't smart enough to do anything else. Does this low volume indicate insanely high volume and volatility once the Fed makes their decision tomorrow? Very likely. Yeah, we're likely to see a big surge in liquidity tomorrow after the Fed meeting. One way or another. Every morning and every night. Twin Turbo too. It's like actually I've played 10,000 hours of StarCraft and I'm going to tell you exactly why Putin will win this war. Fuck off. I watched Tropic Thunder. I know military strategy. He needs to construct more pylons. Is the market playing dead so the Fed doesn't raise rates by 1.0? I mean, kind of, yeah. Where do I need to go to get exposed to pro-Russian propaganda so I can understand this mindset better? JPEG can't see you unless you move. He's like a dinosaur. Fox News. Truth Social. I'm sorry, maybe I missed it, but is there a reason why we didn't see significant Opex price improvement in Feb 2022, but saw it in March? There was a holiday in Feb that we think deferred price action, or obligations simply weren't high enough in March or February to cause a run. You ignore my chat and I use the word pontificate correctly in a sentence. Sorry. I probably just didn't see it. Does that mean I'm smarter than a Marine? I don't know. I guess that would depend on the Marine. This Opex is lit. Yeah, the market's tanking like a fucking rock. I don't ask this often, but is this a market crash? Not yet. Even Rev dropped out of the 650 range. Oh no, not our stable coin. I think the fact of the matter is GME is really only down like fucking 80 cents. Yeah, $1. Relax. Maybe November is the next real Opex. Sure. I mean, I'm just gonna play all of them. I already decided after they started fucking with the cycles in after May like when we ran in June and July and then the beginning of August, that I will just simply play every Opex and every FTD period. Well, 3850s could take profit on a bounce here, which would be good. Even if the market's downturning, like that's not going to offset the type of volume we get with an Opex event. This still lines up with May price action. Yeah, especially the drop into the end of the day. But we'll see. You know, as far as the market goes, there's going to be a lot of positioning due to the Fed announcement tomorrow, right? And if we're just getting dragged around by the market right now, which is all that's really happening, um, that's not going to break until after the FOMC. What would you say is the worst market climate for shorts? The period right after like a crash, like the period where there's a lot of uncertainty on if a bull run will begin, because that's when their positions are most at risk. Almost like the rally out of the COVID crash into January of 2021 precipitated a lot of the price action that we saw in January of 2021. No, this was the quarterly Opex. It happened last Friday. You're talking about September 30th? Yeah, it doesn't really have any effect on like ETFs and stuff. That's just GME's like quarterly option date. There's not a lot of interest on that chain though. Can they decide when those orders hit? Not really. A little bit, but not entirely now. No, the Delta hedge hasn't flipped yet. It's still negative. When are we allowed to start crying? Whatever you want. This SPX did dumpies? You won't see the hedge flip till the price moves up. Yeah, the small bump yesterday was insufficient. We've had like two of our lowest volume days ever. Is Trader Workstation considered good trading software? It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I wonder. What do I want to look at? Eh. I don't care about your theories, Superman. There's no high frequency trading going on GME. It's barely trading. I know it's never a good time to enter weeklies, but would you consider now a better time than most on GME? They're cheap. Kenny went in his private jet to convince Putin to bring more troops to Ukraine, cause the US markets to crash, and personally short GME into the ground to not cover obligations. Crime is everywhere. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thanks, Walken. Your opinion means a lot to me. My job is to analyze the economic effect of war on the markets. I wasn't analyzing the strategy of it. I care about how it affects money. It's odd the rev also dropped with everything else. Wasn't expecting that. It was a pretty volumetric downturn. I think it hit everything kind of hard. Even Sava dropped, and it's been pretty resistant today. $50 BPS incoming. Increasing volume shorts, just like the good old days. I know, I miss them too, Carl. We bussin' or sussin'? How do you feel deep down? Like, you have options, they're red. What's that making you feel like? You want to sell them, don't you? That's the instinct. You're fighting against it, but you really want to sell them. You're like, fuck, I can't afford to lose any more money, right? That's when I like to buy more calls. Girk, Discord's bearish as fuck. Time to double down. Time to do something. Hmm. I want to buy more weeklies, so I don't want to open my trading app. Last 3 trading days, SPY's bounced off 382.13 4 or 5 times. Several. But it's kind of just doing what we thought it would do, right? Which is chop before the Fed meeting. So it chopped up and then it chopped down. And then, you know, it'll probably stagnate here and then move back up again. You guys get way too focused on like the 1 minute time frames. Like Warren Buffett always says, the best time to buy is when everyone else doesn't even want to think about the word stocks. I still like everything that's going on, even if GME is down $1. What time tomorrow are you expecting GME movement, if at all? The whole day. I mean, I don't think there was any hope at any point that the war in the Ukraine was over. Like the markets weren't rallying on the hope that Ukraine was done. It's still ongoing. It's been ongoing this whole time. There was a little bullishness tied to, you know, their like the counter push, but not a ton of it. Putin speaks at 3 p.m. Eastern. Okay. I'm expecting a steady right movement. Yeah, that's more than likely. Thanks for everything, Pickle Man. Merry Opex to you and happy birthday. Thanks, Lizard. Sounds like everyone is sussin', so I'm meant to be bussin', right? I don't know. The sus bus mix is fairly even right now. You have to wait for everyone to be universally sad. We broke $9. Cool. I can't hear you, low volume guy on Super Stonk. Is creaming his jorts right now? Probably. Presenting Super Stonk with evidence every day that less and less people are interested in their stock. Yeah, if the Dixie would stop rocketing, that'd be nice. Jesus fucking Christ. Hmm. Hmm. Time is it? 150? There's still some more room to the downside. Is this the part where the poors need an Opex run just to break even on our positions? You mean confirmation? Do you still think we'll MOASS? No. If not, why? Because nothing points to there being evidence of an over short position on GME. And even if there was at one point, it's likely mostly covered by now. But keep DRS in those shares. Killing it. Literally. Buy more theta and you would be pushing for profits still up like 20%. Yep. Theta's the best. I mean, you can always tell who has theta in chat and who doesn't. Short float is 2,500%. Did I hear you contemplate entering one DTE SPX calls? I'm thinking about selling my November puts today. If this drops down to like 38.10, I'm gonna close them. But you have heard of me, Bianca. What did I get wrong? The crazies are out. I know. I challenged their Opex thesis, which is based on made up crap. For perspective, we opened at about this price on Friday. I know. How low is IV? Lower than it was at market open. Kind of seems like someone knows something about tomorrow's announcement, huh? I mean, if that's the case, then they're trying to offload their puts, which is bullish as fuck. There's a lot of puts down here. You didn't challenge my Kenny Russian thesis, bullish. This is nonsense. Not enough cost basis talk for us to launch. Yeah, people haven't lamented the fact that there was a few people earlier that were complaining that they own GME at like $50. You're missing an H, squamps, but yeah, it's delicious. What time is the Fed rate announcement tomorrow? Are you gonna enter a call position today? For SPX? Probably. Or maybe I'll just I'll probably just straddle into close. I'm gonna sell off my long-term puts though if this keeps dropping. The check roast turned out amazing. Never present. Omaha or Hold'em? Hold'em. Blood Meridian, read it. Been looking for a year. One to say thanks. Thanks, never present. Appreciate it, man. I've never read Blood Meridian. I'll check it out though. If Jimmy were to run to 45 and you sold a CC for 3 weeks out at say 35, would it just immediately get assigned or could it survive a bit? It could survive a bit. It depends on if the buyer exercises it or not. I've had a pretty good success rate with selling in the money covered calls and not having them assigned. How'd you do the chuck roast? Just braised it. Low and slow. Hey man, can you manage my port for me while I heat up some leftover Chinese food? I think you'll be okay. You've got plenty of time. Long time commenter, first time listener. What should I do with my $95 cost basis? Probably average it down. If I were you, I would have walked away a long time ago due to all the ungrateful, rude people. You owe us nothing. I know, but I have fun doing this, so I keep doing it. Oh snap, I have one of those free chats again. I love you, Pickle. Now you say it back. I love you too, Mr. Diggs. Time, a little bit of like beef stock. I got some cool purple carrots. It's nuts that some people have a cost basis of $100 post split. Yeah, there's just people that bought at 400 and never fucking lowered their cost basis. Like they just put their entire life savings in GME at 350. Those people have DRS'd and promoted MOASS the hardest because it's the only chance they'll ever have to offload their fucking massive bags. That's me. You said offloading puts. Would that mean an increase, price increase on the SPY? Especially if it falls under 3,800. Yeah. I mean, it would mean that puts would start shedding on SPX, would drive it up, and that drives the SPY up in turn. They can sell CCs every week and then bring it down. No, they can't. They already DRS'd. You can't sell covered calls out of unregistered shares. It's hard to believe, but it's just like the gays. Wait, what? What is? What's like the gays? Also, is that really an appropriate way of referring to an entire group of people? Fucking Kendra, man. What did I do this time? Don't calm down, chicken tender daddy. Like the pores? I don't know. I don't know what he's referring to. Like his timing of his Ko-Fi was off. Odds Powell says no rate hike. Inflation still transitory. Fuck your puts. Super slim. Hold deep in the money. SPY leaps into FOMC. I don't think I'm gonna. The gays put their pickle in my jar. We'll allow it. Okay. Good to have that kind of confirmation. Thanks for letting me know. Could you explain to the people that don't know what happened? Big news or just a dip? Just a dip. No news, really. Putin's gonna say some stuff later. Why is the market going down bullish? Because all the institutional puts will print and then they'll sell them, take their profits, and the market will be driven upwards. Whoosh. I think the GME bottom is in. Cool. Correction, do some timeouts. I mean, when the opportunity arises. Thanks, Sir Lucius Squigglesworth III. Greg, I'm just trying to cheer everyone up. Sorry for my psychedelic state of mind. It's okay, Kendra. I already know that you ate an entire bag of mushrooms today. Ban Darth and also Kendra. Okay, Roaring. I'll put them on the list. 0.25 BPS or 50 BPS. Gonna send it above 4K. And Fed's gonna start selling off their sheet. Maybe that's their plan. I mean, I don't think there's any shot of them doing a rate hike lower than 0.75. But even at this point, 0.75 would seem bullish. On Fed announcement days, we see prices move down briefly, even on positive moves, as people reposition. What percent do we usually see price drops before a move in direction is confirmed? Like 200 basis points is generally about like the range of profit taking. I mean, sometimes we can see more, but that usually just leads to a ton of profit taking, right? And so the bounce back is more extreme. What we're not seeing in the market is mass sell off, right? And that's important. Is this big downsy good for Opex? No, violent upside would be good for Opex. I mean, this is just we moved down with the market recovered, we stabilized. We're just getting dragged around by the S&P. I grew up in New York City. I haven't always lived here. I've lived a lot of places, but I grew up here. Who forgot to tell Apple the SPY was crashing? Yeah, Apple's been doing really good. Sure does seem like a good time to cover some obligations. We're about to find out. I've never lived in Atlanta or Philadelphia or Tacoma. I lived in LA for a while. LA. Sorry, I said it wrong. Do you think the SPY is dropping because it's pricing in a 1.0 rate hike? No. I never had a New York accent, even when I was a little kid. I did have an English accent as a little kid. You can't ban Kendra. He's just a main mommy keeping his jeans high and tight. If Kendra was a woman, she would be real something. Kendra was just trying to live life 365, being the coolest guy in the stream. I know. It's okay. I don't know what half of that meant, but noted. Chat's getting weird. Yeah, I know. I didn't skate when I lived in SoCal. I was over that part of my life. People are losing it. Good. That's what I like to hear. Chat's getting weird since a lot of people bought weeklies instead of buying theta. It's that time of the week, Tuesday. Is there a defining moment in your life when you knew you wanted to learn about financial markets? Maybe? I don't know. Seemed like a good way to make money. The bots are malfunctioning. My favorite moment was in May when you explicitly stated selling multiple times that selling CC was incredibly risky, and then we ran like 30% in a day. Yeah, that one was fun. And then everyone was like, ah, my CCs, how could you do this to me? Porque me blocked? I'm just trying to share a little holiday cheer. No, you're not blocked, as far as I know. You're working on it, though. Is it actually from Philadelphia? No, I'm not. I got blocked on my other account. Okay. Are there any gaps that can be filled below our current price for GME? Not really. There's gaps below the current price on SPX. Remember this morning when Sanjeet was in chat? I do. That was awesome. I think they're going for the gap at 25.85. Any thoughts? I think it doesn't exist. That is fairly unlikely. It's unlikely we'll fall below gamma neutral or delta neutral. VVIX, the measure of volatility on the VIX. There's nothing like derivatives of derivatives that track the value of derivatives. It's still just sitting at 27.84. What are these people talking about? Listen, there were red candles. The price is lower than it was. This is fucking serious, okay? Don't make light of the situation. GME is down an entire dollar. All the dreams that everyone ever had have been crushed into the dirt. There's no leak for the rate data. It comes out tomorrow. The meeting starts today. Jimmy down, crime up. You skipping members milestone chats? I didn't see it. Chat's getting weird. Where have you been? Bull Mayo, Dumpster Dance, Tinder catfishing dates, Lady Vbop, getting weird, lol. You still bullish on Rev? I am. Thank you, Carbon Based. Quick question. Thanks in advance for answering this one. Win Moon. Jesus fucking Christ. Revs back to 650. Thank God. Mr. Ko-Fi. Thanks, Chicken Tender Daddy. Ah. Are you eating popcorn for the show? Yes. No, it's not AMC brand. It's Smart Pop cheddar corn. What happens when Rev breaks 650? It goes to 651. Is this the short before the squart? We'll see. I thought about when walking away from the stream just now, just not coming back till the price starts going up, no matter how long that meant. Time me out for trolling? Bullish as fuck. I didn't even time you out. Carl might have. What are you internalizing right now? Cheddar popcorn and weird little Italian cookies. I also have a cannoli. I don't know if I want to eat it or not. I'm thinking about it. Venero's? It is from Venero's, actually. How did you know? Interesting. Are you watching me? Cannoli for VUPs? Hmm. Cannolis for closers. I haven't eaten any of the cannoli yet. Here's a really personal question. Are you guys disgusted by people that eat more than one kernel of popcorn at a time? Have you ever seen the people that take like handfuls of popcorn and they just try to like jam it in their mouth all at once? I hate those people. I think anything from like 2 to 3 kernels is tasteful. Those are animals. Look at that short volume. I don't know where my like aversion to that comes from, but I've hated it ever since I was a little kid. I could like go to movies with friends and they would do that, and I would just think so little of them. Nope, I ate one French fry at a time. Have you ever tried eating popcorn like a lizard with your tongue? Of course. That's fucking amazing. Oh, I have a free chat thing. Thanks for all you do, Gurk. Been learning and making money with your help. This popcorn thing seems like a metaphor for human greed. I think you're giving me more credit than I deserve. But yes, it is. We'll tie it back to weeklies later on in the stream. How do you feel about people making eating noises like they're orgasming? That's disgusting. When people are like, yeah, that's so good. Why? Shut the fuck up. Eat your food, then talk about it. How much water do you hold in that thermos? I think it holds 1.5 gallons when it's full. Or maybe it's 3/4 of a gallon. I can never remember. You know, it's ridiculously sized, but it keeps my water colder longer than my Yeti bottle does, which is impressive for the price. Take pictures of your food and post them on the internet like a normal person. That's weird. It's an 8-ounce bottle. Gherk is tiny. See, you know, I knew doxing myself to the quant cord would be a bad idea. Now I know why. Our meme stocks seem pretty sideways. For the most part, yeah. When the river just runs. Yeah, that's a thing. 1.7 million and 2625 Ps. Cool. Joe Rowe, I'm pretty sure you got timed out for calling Carl out on not timing you out. They're just shorting us hard now? Is this bullish? Short term? No. They're buying straddles at market close today in preparation for JPOW tomorrow, like printing money. I mean, they're very likely to print. Sick Opex, bro. Thanks, man. My options are still up 20%, so I'm okay with it. Ivy is climbing? Yeah, but not the good kind of ivy. Jesus Christ, Carl, you timing everyone out? Yeah, it's still fine. Up 20%, except the ones that are down $40. Those are weeklies. Can you explain why literally none of what's happened thus far is bullish for Opex? None of what's happened thus far is anything for Opex. People bailing on their calls since Monday hasn't been great. Market took a big dump. I was promised tenders, but I'm here eating cereal. I didn't promise anybody shit. I said it looked good for Opex. It still does. It's getting there. Carl is drunk with power and needs a timeout. I didn't even do anything this time. If you guys want, I can arbitrate some sort of pigeon whale proceeding. Do you still feel we have better chances for an Opex run than in comparison to August? Yeah. I love watching the bearishness ramp up. Thoughts on support and resistance on the SPY? I don't know. The SPY could still fall to 3,800. Like, it's close enough. Opex or Nopex, at least burning my copy of options as a strategic investment will keep me warm through the winter. Thanks, Idaho Beef. I asked him if he timed me out. He said yes. And I said, I thought we were cool. Then I made an Obi-Wan to Anakin Skywalker reference saying he was my brother. Then he timed me out. Not cool, man. Not cool. Carl, what's your side of the story? This is amazing. Carl timed him out again. It's a pigeon well power struggle. All right, what now? Okay, fuck you, Carl. That was funny. Big ups. Are you eating pistachios? No. I could. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This setup does look a lot like May. It's so annoying. There we go. It's close. Yeah, BTU's doing great today. You gonna buy more Upstart? I mean, yeah, on Friday. On Friday, I'm buying 5,000 shares for more than their current market price. Oh yeah. Gamma is still very, very negative. You think we'll hit DN? We're kind of close, right? Maybe? Although, this looks like the market's starting to turn around. And if it is, this is probably our low for the day. What did Carl do now? That cookie have a raisin in it? That tasted like raisin. Have we seen price action like this before on GME and Opex runs? Let's see. In May and last February. No, it was one of those. I have like a small tin of assorted Italian cookies. Watch, we're gonna regain all the price that we lost in like the next 5 minutes, and everyone's gonna act like they weren't a bunch of annoying assholes for the last 2 hours. I take offense to that. I'm always an asshole. That's true, Carl. I won't group you in with the rest. Why is Rev tracking the spy? That doesn't make any sense, does it? It's still in mutual funds. So big moves on the SPY, like big volumetric moves, will reflect in Revlon, but that's about it, and minimally. Like not they won't have the same, not to the same degree, right? I'm just finishing eating an apple and I'm left with a core. However, there's no trash can around me. Should I just eat the rest of it? I mean, you can, just don't eat the seeds. It's gonna be very fibrous. I used to know somebody who would eat the entire apple. I don't think it's arsenic that's in the seeds, it's cyanide, right? It's not that much, but it's some. You should probably limit the amount of cyanide you eat. How low can you see Fubo going based on TA? Just under $4. I don't think it's gonna happen, but it could. Look at them try to keep GME down. Pathetic. For May Opex, Tuesday was negative 7.2% down day. By Thursday, it was up 66.5% from that Tuesday close. Cool. What amount of minimum shares do you think is adequate to set up a CC position? I'd say 500. Yeah, 500's pretty solid. Compounds pretty quick. The ideal situation is that your covered calls every week net you 100 more shares. It looks like most of the put interest on GMEs for November 11 or November 18 at 26.50. Doing a pretty good job of it. I mean, it's not that hard. If we don't get above 38.50 by close, I feel like we're going to Hades tomorrow if the Fed is hawkish. I feel like if the Fed's going to be hawkish, we'll see 3,800 before the meeting. Like the chances of us getting 100 BPS hike are so small. I'll hedge for the possibility, but it's really slim. Check out the 4-hour candle from this morning. What about it? Has the Fed reduced their balance sheet at all? Barely. What's up, guys? Are they just market orders, or can they be routed to execute after the FOMC meeting? They can be routed to execute later in the day. They're not market orders. They can stuff them in dark pools and have them execute throughout the entirety of the day. What's up, TV? Allegedly, the Fed has over $3 trillion in MBS they need to offload. Their MBS holdings have only increased since QT began. We'll find out tomorrow. Are you shedding your Macy's calls if we don't run tomorrow too? Probably. I actually need to look at something on that. Yes, I would be. Nope, they're shorting the fuck out of GME. When was the last Opex where we ran on a Wednesday? The last Opex? How do you plan to hedge potential SPY downs? October 21 straddle? Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna enter at close. One second. No matter how far you zoom out, the SPY looks bearish as fuck. Yeah, it does. We're getting shorted against the market uptick. Yep. No, they've got to remember the fire last week. They've got to come back at like 4 o'clock, and they're doing some sort of thing to clean the apartment. No, they never messaged me back. How do people react when you answer the door and say, "Can't talk, Opex," and then slam the door in their face? I haven't tried that yet, but I'm going to now. Supposedly no Russian mobilization for now. Is this where we halt into close? No. Right? No. I mean, no, I don't think they can short the Opex to the point it doesn't exist, because there's already like no liquidity left on GME. They've used it all up. Power hour. Woo!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Yeah, Bon Jovi's record label does not like me playing the Bon Jovi song at all. No, the tips have already converged. So the tips came together, and now they're slowly, like, pressure's building. They're starting to move apart. What we're waiting for is it to move apart bigly. No, no cease and desist. I mean, yeah, JC, if you think that going to fisticuffs with Bon Jovi is gonna get you the rights to living on a prayer, then by all means, you should do that for your own financial benefit. That's the only way of protecting your honor. Wait, I thought you said I was a shill. Is it time for you to start buying everyone's calls that they're selling off? I've been doing it the whole time. What's the latest Opex has happened on an Opex week? technically March 2021, but Opexes that we've cared about, Wednesday. March 2021 ran on Thursday, sorry. And then the rest of them, the latest it's run is Wednesday. We're still not sure why March 2021 ran on a Thursday. Was it March 2021 movement due to earnings though? Yeah. Well, earnings were a part of it. But it was still just the Opex period. It's like earnings were on the 23rd, which if I'm not mistaken was the Monday of that Opex period. No, that was Tuesday. Yeah. So earnings were on Tuesday, and then it ran on the 25th, which was Friday. Oh, it was actually Friday. Well, I guess it started on Thursday a little bit. No. Nope, it just ran on Friday. All the volume was on Friday. I have no clue why. There was some weird shit there with ETF FTDs at the time. It was shortly after XRT came off Reg Show, I think. But that's like an outlier, right? The rest of the time, the latest is Wednesday. President's Day? That's not in March, though. Sinus Vups or Dumps? Looks like Dumps. Weird, Stefan. Did Jimmy ever run for Opex and after hours or PM? Yes. Can kick from President's Day deferral? Still doesn't make any sense that it would fall on a Thursday, though. You know, actually, February 2022 had like a little Opex run, and I think that was on a Thursday also. But that had a holiday the week of settlement, so that makes sense. T3 equal opening bell Thursday. It's possible, yeah. Will you hold October calls through the end of the week? Possibly, yeah. As long as they remain moderately up, I'm okay with holding them a little longer. It's not the fucking Queen's death double down. Jesus Christ. Yes, I am. Quadcopter guy. Guide. Is there any value long-term holding except for Fubo that you think is good? I have a bunch of them. Like if you go through the pickles picks in the past, there's a bunch that I've bought this year. You made it 25, 26? No, it looks pretty stable here. Why did JFresh have to buy calls? He didn't want the stock to run. Did you hear they turned down the checkout beep in grocery stores in the Queen's honor? No? I mean, the London Exchange is connected to the US Exchange, but that has nothing to do with, like, Opex settlement. Like, the Queen's death has nothing to do with ETFs. This is like your 900th off-the-wall theory that you've presented me since I've known you. Oh, it is Cena's time. The Queen was long Jimmy, and they're selling her holdings. Fuck. What in VRM drew your interest? I don't think there was anything particular. I think a bunch of people have had me look at it. I don't think I'm not bullish on it. I don't think it's a good stock. It's probably worth more than $2. It's like shitty Carvana. But I looked into it initially because I was looking at Carvana with used car prices dropping in the CPI data. That was a while ago. I'm not playing that really anymore. My long-term play on that thesis is like AutoZone and O'Reilly's. I called Juneteenth. You blew that off then. Went full circle. I never went full circle. You said that they made up Juneteenth to like defer obligations. We were already watching Juneteenth for a holiday deferral. But then we ran on Friday going into it. Upstart? What's Upstart doing? Is it going up? Oh, nice. Someone got a bunch of that all at once. Fun. What is it that attracts you personally to the market? I like making money. It's an easy way of doing it. Ref play in a nutshell is basically us going long on a father's love to his daughter. No. Although, if that's the thesis that you want to back your investment, awesome. I think I like the stock market because it's the best game, right? It's the ultimate competitive sport because it's far more than just pride on the line. You've never played Snake? I thought that was hunting other people. Same thing. I can't play video games anymore simply because the raw excitement of complex financial markets, once they become tamed. Yeah, I mean, regular video games tend to pale in comparison. It's not just making money like a six-figure job. It scales infinitely the better you get at it without the need for employees. It's incredible. Yeah, you don't need other people. It's pretty dope. I mean, eventually you need other people, but I don't play MTG Arena. I'm gonna be a poor sprinkler repair boy for life, huh, Gurk? Hugh, maybe. But I feel like that's up to you. Need other people to sell your CCs to? You know, interestingly, there's always someone to buy them. You guys don't even need to buy my covered calls. I could sell them to all kinds of other people. Market makers, speculators. Even if no one wants them, if there's an options chain, the OCC forces them to buy it. As if someone were designated to buy them if nobody else does, right? What about contracts with funds from the sale of contracts today? Are you able to sell tomorrow without GFEs? You should be able to, yeah. What's the opposite of buying the dip? Shorting the rip? Yeah. Seems like a legit strategy at the moment. Generally. It's usually a good strategy. Rips and dips are both inefficiencies, right? Putin's speech has been postponed until tomorrow. He's waiting for JPOW. He doesn't want to sell his calls off yet. Stocks also make casinos not fun anymore. It's not fun playing at tables, but sports betting and betting on fights is still fun. Isn't betting on fights sports betting? You call the SPX closing price range? No, it's just running. I have no idea how high this is going to go. This is already more bullish than you would expect. Unless it gets rejected here. 38.50, like this range. I guess 38.58. I would say it could run into some resistance. Look at IWM. Nice. Is Docu in the S&P 500? That's awfully fucking sensitive to market moves. I guess it could be. It was way more expensive last year. Probably should have checked that. I assumed it got downgraded. But maybe that was stupid. Oh, it's QQQ. It's not an S. Interesting. How did it not get knocked out of that? It lost like such a huge chunk of their market capitalization. VO. Huh. Jimmy being boofed? I think Jimmy's doing okay. The uptrend in the market slowed down. SPX is better for straddles because the moves are bigger. It's more expensive though, so it's relatively similar. Same amount of leverage on the SPY would be similar to the same amount of leverage on SPX. Yep, still an upstart. Did someone buy a bunch of M? I don't know. Yes? I mean, everything had a big volume candle right there. Wow. Hmm. Is that? No. Okay. M's came a little bit later, but like GME had a big volume candle. Upstart. Docu had a couple. That's why I was trying to see what it's tracking. Sava's getting some divergence. Ooh. Yeah, Sava's looking really good. Holy shit. Those calls I bought earlier are up like 150%. How much did Fossil run yesterday? Sava also runs on Opex? Yeah. The gamma ramp on Sava is crazy, I know. $10%? Okay, that's a big move. Weird, my calls are green again. I don't know if my October calls ever went red. My weeklies still like look like dog shit, but they're weeklies. I only have like 200 of them anyway. It's not that many. King me? Are you still on about the Queen shit? Wouldn't that move cover into Thursday? Win MOASS. See, look how much better everyone's acting. And we haven't even moved past our previous high for the day. Remind everyone there are a lot of bag holders on Sava, so upside might be abruptly stopped. Yeah, that's true, but at $40. No, he thinks because the Bank of London had closed. Not the I know the London Stock Exchange was open. You know what it was? It's that Charlie Boy was just waiting. Charlie Boy was just waiting for his mom to die so he could buy GME. She wouldn't let him YOLO into it last year. London Exchange was closed yesterday. Interesting. Is the market value section in Trader Workstation a nice way to calculate real-time options data on your position at least? Sure. Make sure you have real-time data turned on through IBKR. Two p.m. Walt Schillionaire. The Fed announcement is at 2 p.m. Well, they have two announcements actually. There's one at 2 and one at what is it, 2:30, I think? Or no, they both come out at 2, actually. Yeah. There's something else later in the day. Oh, the press conference is at 2:30. But their interest rate projections, their economic projections, and their interest rate decision, I think all come out at 2 o'clock. Jesus, Sava volume's increasing still. That's fucking crazy. Well, Jimmy can't really hit any kind of ramp until it goes up. Who cares about Sava? I mean, I do. I have calls on it. So I care a little bit. Jimmy volume is going to be a new record. Looks like it. At what point do we just full port into spy pits? Spy has to go up first. Above 4,000. Maybe like 412. Yeah, not yet. I'm just gonna be pissed if tomorrow JPOW does something crazy and he comes out with like 500 BPS and all I've got is a stupid fucking straddle and VIX calls. Internet rumblings about Cat making an announcement, but I can't find an actual source outside the echo chamber. What echo chamber? So with your Opex analysis, would you be able to determine why Sava would run and not the other Opex plays? Higher options interest has led to it running sooner. That doesn't mean the other ones aren't going to run, but Sava's been building up some pretty decent options interest institutionally for a couple weeks now. The other ones may not have as much options interest, so they're less sensitive to the price increases, and they're not breaking through to a price where their gamma flips. That's not the case for Sava. Sava's already broken through like the $30 and $35 price range. Same thing if GME breaks 30 or Docu breaks 60 or Macy's breaks 20. AMD breaks 80. Getting more Jimmy weekly lottos for tomorrow. I bought like another 100 weekly contracts today. I think I'm good. I think I've got enough options. If anything, I'll play like a rejection on Gamma Max. If we run, and I'll close weeklies and then buy back in on the recovery. The fact that Sava's running indicates Opex covering on other stocks is still happening, though. No? Yes? Yeah, Ivy's going crazy on Sava. I bought like 25 weeklies this morning for $40 and they're up almost 300% right now. How do you build confidence in making trades? A really good way is formulating a plan before you enter them. But a lot of it's time and practice. You just get used to doing it. You get less nervous. It's gets eventually it gets boring, you know. I mean, short of me making obscene amounts of money like in March, you guys generally don't see me get too excited about anything. Food, coffee, espresso machines, but not stocks. I was dreaming when I wrote this. Forgive me if it goes astray, but when I woke up this morning, I could have sworn it was Judgment Day. Hmm. I remember Shirtless Gherk. Shirtless Gherk made a lot of money. That's another story. You guys should have seen me last year when I bought one DTs on Tesla and it gapped up $100 overnight. You think SST is going to have an Opex or is that completely dead? It could. I don't really know how it's been performed. I haven't been paying a lot of attention to it. I know there's some weird shit still going on with its warrants. I just don't want to invest in it because of the massive amount of risk there. What's it trading at? I don't even see it on here. It's at $6? Yeah, it doesn't look good. Didn't it like run up past 10 not that long ago? Ooh, the market's really rallying. It's gonna move towards its like high for today. Bullish. Don't forget all those puts that closed last Friday on the market also have T+2 to settle. And we may have seen a lot of hesitance for the market makers to drop that hedge because of the FOMC meeting. Listen up, here's a story about a little bull that lives in a green world, and all day and all night and everything he sees is green just like him, inside and outside. Green is his house with a green little window and a green Lambo, and everything is green. Beautiful. Everything is green for him. Thanks, green. I love it when the SPY moves up 100 basis points at the end of the day. Can Jimmy gap up $100? No. SST dump might have been from de-hedging. Huh. I don't like cigars. Yes, it is, Space Banana. Yes, it is. Yeah, Fubo at 430. Of course I'm holding my GME calls for tomorrow. Look, SPY made it back to open. It did. Whole market playing Putin's speech. Yeah, I guess. Oh, yeah, gives a shit. I might hold them. I'll see how they look after. That's the majority of my position too, Bones. Is 1021s. If they're still up going into Wednesday close and we haven't seen a run yet, I might hold them for the extra day on the off chance that there's more upside. Waiting until the last possible minute. Generally how it works. Also, ACH settlement, right? Can be 3 days. So it may not be they're waiting for the last possible minute. It may simply be that there's just no buying yet. I won't chase Sava. I won't chase Sava. I won't chase Sava. You probably shouldn't chase Sava. Duffman GT. Yeah, Sava's getting a thing going on it right now. I'm happy. I'm happy about it. I got stopped out of my my SPX puts. That was cool. I can't wait till everyone in here has like some money and they can play SPX calls and puts instead of SPY. There's nothing quite like buying like a bunch of 0 DTEs on SPX and having them move up like 400% on a 50 basis point move. I already chased and I'm profitable. Well, if you entered on the consolidation, that's not really chasing, right? Like, especially after you confirm the bounce. Good thing my Sava position's paying for my other ones. Jimmy lagging behind, internalizing. We'll know at the end of the day when we get the dark pool print. I think PMI data updates at like 4:15. I'll post it in the Discord. Because dark pool utilization was down really hard this morning. So if it's back up again, bullish. GME IV definitely up. Yeah, it is. It's starting to pump back up again. My 50s are back up to like 40-45%. My 3875s are back up to like 32-35%. So yeah, Ivy went back up on GME a little bit, not a lot. It's still not at its high for the day. God damn. Go away, love chat. Jimmy probably finishes down 2%. It'd be interesting to see if it pops through VWAP into close. I don't know if it will, but maybe if the market surges one more time. Gherkin, my port looks like a meat grinder factory exploded. But it always looks like that. Is M moving? I see people saying M, let's go, so I assume that it's moved up very slightly. Yeah, just like a tiny bit. Ooh, Kylie Cosmetics launches at Macy's. Kylie's with revamped, clean, cruelty-free, and vegan formulas. How exciting. Who makes Kylie's? Wait, does Revlon make it? That'd be bullish as fuck. Who knows about these things? No, we're not investing in a different makeup company. Shut your face. I mean, you can if you want to. We're all individual investors. But, more importantly, Cody? Okay. Yeah, they're successful already. Some kids in Southeast Asia? Yeah, I mean, true. Hmm. Fucking Apple's rocketing. It's so unreasonable. Okay, I've made Sava look way too bullish. There we go. That's better. Holding Sava overnight? I don't know. Probably, yeah. I should probably look at its recent overnight moves. Seems like it dumps overnight pretty often. Yep, so the answer is no. No, I will not be holding Sava overnight. Paper hands? Sure. Profit hands? My GME weeklies? Oh, they're going with me to my grave. What do you mean explain what price action? Revlon's $6.50. What part about its price action are you confused about? It didn't fucking do anything today. I'm not going to explain 5-cent movements on Revlon. Recent 13F looks like the usual suspects are long Sava now. Yeah, I know. They have been for a long time. They've been in and out of it quite a lot. Sus, Citadel, 2 Sigma. They've all been all over fucking Sava for like a year now. I was going to 45 at least. It might. Thoughts? Calls on Ford? I don't know. I don't like Ford very much. What's GM on Sava? Ooh, 42.28. I like how you're diamond handing those GME weeklies. Well, the only way they're gonna hedge them is if I diamond hand them into fucking expiry, right? Yeah, it's not really diamond handing without the settlement period being over, but still fun to say. Rev's done for, right? No, I don't think so. Did you find something out? I don't know. What's the IV on them, Dustin? Maybe? I was trying to make it funny. Oh. Ha. You know, it'd be perfect. Sava drops to 30 overnight. I gotta buy back my 40s in the morning and do it all over again. Do you just hold to the last day of Opex regardless of how in the red, or do you try to stop out at a percentage? I mean, I have a set risk tolerance. So right now I'm actually beating what I projected. Like I thought if there was no Opex, my Octobers would be down by now, but they've managed to stay pretty elevated. Risk tolerance, same like 100% loss. I mean, I could take 100% hit on it, but I'm not going to. I'm up still, like, the majority of my position, which is not weeklies. I spent very little money on weeklies. But the majority of my Jimmy position's up, like, like about 30% on 87,000. How closely correlated is this OPEX compared to August so far? Not very. August we started dropping, so our price is actually staying pretty stable, and more importantly, IV's remaining elevated. IV fell off during the August OPEX period. August was truly a no-pex. I already closed the Sava. I'm stopped out, I think. Yeah. We should expect MMD hedge of puts tomorrow no matter what for the September 16th expiry though, right? Yeah. For SPY? Yeah. Where did Sava come from? Degen chat? I didn't see it in Pickles Picks. I wasn't really sure if it could break the $30 put wall, so I didn't put it in Pickles Picks. But we've talked about it on stream a few times over the last, like, week and a half. Sometimes you gotta pay attention to both. For Jimmy, weren't we quite put heavy? Yeah. There's a, well, decent number of puts expiring on last Friday. But there's also been a lot of puts bought since then. We'll have to see if those get blown up on an upside move. Decent volume in a close on GME too. Bumped us up to 3 million. This might be the highest, like one of the highest volume candles all day. Or the highest? I think it's the highest. Yeah, it is. Alright. Ding ding. Day is done. GME closing down 4.9%. SPX down 112 basis points into the end of the day. Sava up 28.42%. Is it correct to consider major changes in IV as a major indicator of what's about to come, mainly as it reflects the options MM's belief as to where the underlying is about to go? Seems like it served as the canary in the coal mine multiple times. Or am I reading too much into it? You could be reading too much into it. You know, Jamie's had, in the past, Jamie's had pretty violent IV spikes with little to no price action following. Generally, it can be somewhat predictive, but all it's really predicting is the market maker's risk, right? Like how much the market maker determines their risks to be based on historic volatility. So it is the cost of risk. Obviously, if the cost of risk is higher, volatility is more likely. Anyway, tomorrow, big day. FOMC meeting, final day of potential Opex settlement. And yeah, we'll see what happens. I will see you guys all bright and early tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. GG.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where
mine.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.